All right, we are live. Welcome. First of all, happy Family Day to everybody who might be celebrating Family Day. I hope that you're enjoying it. I hope you're with your friends and your family, and I hope that you are doing well. We're going to give it a bit of time today to see who else joins us. And today you might see the topic called It's More Than a Game. And that is based on something that I just wrote for my Medium or our Medium channel, which I'm hoping you guys will check out. So I definitely want to talk about that. Um, and yeah, we're just going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see who joins us. Usually, as always, it takes about half an hour or so for people to start showing up. And then, like I said, we're going to start talking about Freemasonry. It's more than a game, but as always, anything that you guys want to talk about. That's the thing I love about these streams. Anything you guys want to chat about is fine with me. In fact, I look forward to talking with you guys about different things. So, any thoughts you have about Freemasonry, any ideas you have about Freemasonry, now is the chance. So, please jump on, say hello. It is Family Day, which means we have a full day. So, we have a lot of time. So, we can kind of talk about whatever we want. So, I'm just going to give it a bit of time to see who all jumps on and says hello, and we'll go from there. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit that like and subscribe button. As I was saying, we're here today to talk about Freemasonry, as we always do on our live streams every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. And in this case, we're here to talk about particularly the idea of gamification in Freemasonry and what gamification is, what it means. But there is no rush. Obviously, the first hour or so, half hour to an hour, I just kind of wait for people to join us and we kind of go from there. So jump in the chat, say hello. Happy Family Day, by the way. Happy President's Day in the States. The other thing we'll be talking about today is Masonic presidents and some interesting trivia about them, because there is some really cool Masonic trivia out there related to Masonic presidents, how many there are, all that good stuff. So please jump in the chat, say hello. And like I said, half an hour to an hour in, we're going to start talking about Freemasonry as it relates specifically to gamification, or the gamification of Freemasonry, what that is, what that means, and how potentially it can be of benefit to Masonic lodges, Masonic bodies, and more particularly Masonic engagement. But we're just going to give it a bit of time for people to join us. So happy President's Day, happy Family Day. I hope that everybody is doing really well. We'll be back on again tomorrow at 1 p.m. We always do these live streams 1 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. So let's give it some time, see who joins us, and we'll have a great discussion. Let's see. I might as well do one of my polls now while we are waiting for more people to join. So let's see, which poll question am I going to do first? Da, da, da. I also thought it might be kind of fun to talk about the Webb telescope a little bit more. Um, all right, let's see. Let's do the poll question. All right, so let's just give it a bit of time, see who joins us, see who answers these poll questions, and we'll go from there. And like I said, today, I think what we're going to do is talk about some of these different questions around gamification and what gamification is and how gamification can potentially help our Masonic lodges with member engagement. In the meantime, hit that like and subscribe button and just give me a chance to see who all joins us. And also, of course, happy Family Day to everybody who might be celebrating with friends and family or relaxing. Happy Louis Day to my friends in Manitoba. So welcome. Oh, we got one vote. Interesting. Which Masonic president's third degree was sole attendant to be carried over attendees into lodge? George Washington. I will give the answer in about 10 minutes, like I said, and then eventually I'm going to start talking about gamification in Freemasonry, which is a very interesting idea, I think, and there's a lot of value in it. I think it may be incredibly beneficial when it comes to improving member engagement. I'm going to talk about what I mean by engagement as well. Hey, Dad, how's it going? I hope that you are doing well. Um, And yeah, thank you so much for joining. Hope you're enjoying, I guess in Manitoba, what it's Louis Riel Day, right? So I hope that you're enjoying Louis Riel Day. Here in Ontario, it is Family Day, and in the States, it is President's Day. So a lot of different things to celebrate and be thankful for. And hope everybody gets a good, enjoys their long weekend. So let's give it a bit of time, see who else joins. Usually it takes, as I always say, about half an hour to an hour for people to really start tuning in. So tomorrow, I'm actually going to be up in Chatham. It's been a while since I've been in Chatham, going for a senior wardens night. So that's going to be special and fun. Looking forward to that. And also, even though I'm not a huge fan of it, I guess I do want to mention congratulations to Saturday Night Live on getting 50 years. I really enjoyed. I didn't watch all of it, but what I saw, I really enjoyed the 50th anniversary celebrations. So they've had some good stuff over the years. My favorite skit, I don't know if I have a favorite skit, probably the Blues Brothers opening. Louis Riel Day because he was the founder of Manitoba in 1870. Well, there you go. I did not know he was the founder of Manitoba. I knew he was pretty important to Manitoba. I did not know he was the founder. So that's really cool to know. See, learning something new every day. That's the thing I love about these streams, getting the chance to learn new stuff. But that is very cool. I hope that you are doing well yourself. And everything is going well. Jason, unfortunately, won't be back in February, but I'll be back home in March, so that will be nice. Although I do have to. Oh, by the way, Dad, you can always, I still booked that massage for you, so you take advantage of it. Go to Robertson College. How often do you get a free massage? And I will take advantage of mine in March, probably. But let's give it a bit of time, see who else joins us. I know for a lot of people, they're going to be focused on spending time with family and friends, as they should, because again, they all have the long weekend, so take advantage of it. But I'm happy to hang out. So it was one of the fun. I always enjoy these live streams. They're a good chance to get to talk to people, hang out with people. Something I really enjoy. So. No, I don't want to do. Hold on one second. I just want to get this image. There it is. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit that like and subscribe button. Answer our poll question. Which Masonic president's third degree was solo attendees carried over attendees in the lodge? Asking that because it is right now, today, February 17th, President's Day in the United States. So happy President's Day to all of you guys in the States. So I got some Masonic presidential trivia. Once we get a few more people, I'm going to start talking today about the gamification of Freemasonry. Otherwise, noticed by the title, right? Freemasonry, it's more than a game. But gamification is a very, very cool and interesting idea. And I believe that gamification can potentially assist in improving Masonic engagement. I'll tell you what that is soon. Excuse me. Maybe not the founder, but he represented the Métis people. Yeah, he represented the Métis people. I knew that. So he's, I think, worthy of celebration. I don't know if he ever got his pardon, but I think he's worthy of being honored. I had a couple of really fun interviews yesterday, which I still have to post. One with Orlando Stoics and Stoic Dan, and one with Luke Evans in Arizona. So both were really cool and really enjoyable. Arizona's got a lot of exciting things happening right now within Freemasonry, so I'm looking forward to talking about that. So yeah, going back to doing more of these streams, or sorry, more of these podcast episodes. I took a bit of a break while I was focused more on live streaming, which I still love doing, but I do want to also make sure I go back and do more of the episodes and more shorts, et cetera, et cetera. I want to try to hit as many different things as I can. Still got one vote. Which Masonic president's third degree was sole attendee was carried over attendees into lodge because it was so packed? We have one vote right now for George Washington. So let's give it a bit of time, see who else wants to answer that poll question. Maybe I'll give it till 20 minutes in, and then we'll see about switching it up. Another presidential poll question. Like I said, just want to give it a bit more time, give it more chance for people to join us, and then we'll start today's topic. And I hope everybody is getting a chance to enjoy spending time with some friends and family while we wait. Interesting. So I guess today there is Happy Islander Day, Luriel Day, Family Day, and Heritage Day. So I guess Luriel Day I know is Manitoba, Family Day is Ontario, Islander Day I'm assuming is Maritimes. I don't know which celebrate Heritage Day, but that's very cool. I did not know that those were all the different types of days that are happening today. But doctors in Manitoba have an interesting thing here. I'm reposting some stuff about Luriel as a way to celebrate my Manitoba roots. Oh, 2 votes. Which Masonic president's third-degree solo attendance carry over the attendees into lodge? 1 for George Washington and 1 for Andrew Jackson. All right, so 2 votes. We'll give it 4 more minutes, then I'll give you the guys the answers, and then I'm going to switch over and do a new question. Once again, doing this as a way to celebrate President's Day to my American brethren. Obviously, there's some tensions between Canada and the U.S. a little bit right now, but Canada is an amazing country, and so is the United States. So I'm always happy to celebrate our brothers. I think Pierre Poilievre said it well, even though I'm not a huge fan of the Conservative Party right now. He said it well. I think he was right. You know, Canadian and our friendship with the States is based on more than one president, more than one political moment. You know, we're still friends with the United States as of February 17th, and we're going to be friends with them in 2026, 7, 8, 9, 2030, et cetera, et cetera. So happy President's Day, happy Family Day, happy Islanders Day, happy Luriel Day, and happy Heritage Day. Just got a phone call. I haven't got I forgot I turned my phone on. Let me just send a quick message to somebody. And welcome if you're joining. Oh, Ranja Hoagland, absurdly obscured. Rania, forgive me if I'm getting your name incorrect. Or pronouncing your name incorrect, but welcome. I was married in New Brunswick. So are you celebrating Islander Day then? Is that what they have in New Brunswick? I hope that you are doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. Please, if you haven't done so yet, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Let me know also, if you can, how you came across our stream. Did you find it through the YouTube app, et cetera, et cetera? And also, is there anything else that you want to talk about as it relates to Freemasonry, right? We are going to talk about Freemasonry and gamification, and how gamification can help potentially improve Masonic engagement, or membership engagement, I should say, in particular, and what that means. But we'll look into it. I was divorced in Ontario, Family Day. Okay, well, I'm very sorry to hear that. But I guess you're celebrating both Islander Day and Family Day. But Ronya, welcome. Absurdly Obscured. Let me know what you want to talk about. Like I said, the first half hour to hour, I usually spend just talking to people and kind of taking general questions. Then I usually jump in and start on my actual chosen topic. Today's topic being the gamification of Freemasonry as a way to improve Masonic engagement. But by all means, hit the like, subscribe, answer a poll question. Which Masonic president's third degree was so well attended he was carried over attendees into lodge? I'm going to give it another 1 minute, then I'm going to provide the answer. But Ronya, welcome. All right. So 3, 2, 1. The answer, which Masonic president's third degree was so well attended he was carried over attendees into lodge, is actually President and brother Theodore Teddy Roosevelt. And the reason probably for it being so well attended was that Teddy Roosevelt received his third degree, or was raised to the third degree, while he was the sitting vice president of the United States. Not president, vice president. So obviously, I think most Masons in New York and, really around the world would want to attend the raising of a Master Mason who was also the vice president. So that is the answer to that one. No one got that one right, but that's okay. We're going to do another one. Again, while we wait a few more minutes slash maybe 15, 20 minutes before our next, before getting to our topic. So this is very interesting. And honestly, this one might cause a little bit of debate because not everybody agrees on whether or not this president is a Mason or was a Mason. But I consider him to be such. So hopefully I wasn't a spoiler. The question is going to be, which Masonic president became a Mason with one day before his term of office concluded? So I'm going to put that out there. Let's give it a few minutes for people to jump on and answer that question. Core has joined us. Core, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you are doing well. I hope that you got a chance to see your interview. I enjoyed it very much. I hope everybody watching got the chance to see your interview and will take advantage of some of the things we discussed. I know we got at least one Mason in the chat right now. My pops, Dad, let's see about maybe bringing some meditation to Kilcona Lodge. And if you want some resources, get in touch with Black Raven, support them. They're cool people. And yeah, maybe they have some resources that can help us bring meditation and meditative practices into Freemasonry. And Core, thank you for your kind remarks on my medium story. That's kind of what we're going to be talking about here today, actually, is going to be the gamification of Freemasonry. And I'm going to go over what I wrote in that story as a way to encourage potentially some of these drives. I did think it was very interesting what you said. I'm going to kind of bury the lead a little bit. I wonder how the perspective switch of fighting for a better world to allowing a better world to live through us may impact the dynamic of those seeking and those within the governing bodies. It's a great idea, and it's something worth considering. That perspective shift is something we discussed actually in our interview even. So yeah. Indeed, I was great to be here. I did watch and have the conversation. A couple of my people watch and appreciate interview questions and style too. Great article. Look forward to the conversation today. Awesome. Thank you so much. Interesting. We got 2 votes. Which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office concluded? Joe Biden at 50%. So 2 votes, Joe Biden and Gerald Ford, each getting 1 vote. In the meantime, as always, hit that like and subscribe button. I usually start the actual meat of the conversation about 30 to 45 minutes in to give people a chance to join. I find I like to use this first little bit as a way to just greet people, say hello, welcome any new people into the stream, and also kind of talk general fun things. Like, for example, the fact that it is President's Day in the United States. And so we're doing some Masonic presidential trivia. I will bring up meditation at our lodge's next GP meeting. Yeah, and once again, I'm sure you saw the interview. If you didn't, Black River Meditation, maybe look at their stuff to give you an idea of how to proceed with the meditation or who can lead it, lead the meditations. Maybe there's somebody in your lodge already who has some experience with leading meditations, but if not, you've got some good resources there. And just so everybody knows, on another thing I'm trying, right? I'm a big believer in experimentation. Not every armadillo makes it across the road, as they say in Texas. Last weekend on Saturday at midnight, I did a live stream watching my Bloody Valentine for 2009, one of my favorite remakes and horror movies. This Saturday, the 22nd, at 7:30 p.m. or sorry, at midnight, 7:30. At midnight, I'm going to be doing another live stream on the 22nd, or I guess really the 23rd. 12 a.m. 23rd of February. I'm going to do another live stream. This time I'm going to be watching the 2006 movie Bug, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. I think it was an incredibly prescient movie and incredibly ahead of its time. And I think it's a real shame that more people haven't watched it. I think it's really interesting. I think Core, you might enjoy it. It's got some interesting psychological. It has some very interesting questions about things like psychology and mental health, and it's a really cool movie. So, kind of dark and depressing in a way, but also I think very important movie for what it's trying to say. So, we're gonna be doing that midnight the 23rd, watching Bug. It's free on Tubi, and then every day this week I'm gonna be doing my live streams 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and also releasing more podcast episodes, including about Arizona Freemasonry and Stoicism in the coming weeks. We're watching it live together. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is midnight, technically midnight the 23rd of February, going to go on live and I'm going to do a watch along. So what that means is I'm going to go onto my Tubi app, hit play. I'll let people know when I'm hitting play, and then I'll be watching the movie while talking about it on the stream. And anybody who wants to watch along, do the same thing. Hit play. When I hit play, the movie will be playing, and while it's going on, I'll be talking and we'll be chatting. And it's free on the Tubi, so there you go. Watch alongs are kind of fun. Oh, 5 votes. Sweet. Which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office included? Joe Biden, 60%, Gerald Ford, 40%. So it looks like 3-2 votes. Let's give it another 5 minutes, and then we will end this poll question. We'll ask one more poll question, then we'll start the actual topic of today, which is gamification of Freemasonry. But once again, this first half hour to 45, really, it's a chance for anybody who's joining us to jump in the chat, say hello, and let me know, what do you want to talk about? What questions do you have? If you are a Freemason, maybe you have questions about things related to your lodge or the Masonic experience. Maybe you're newer. And if you're not a Freemason, maybe you've always had questions about Freemasonry, and I can try to answer them for you. I've been a Mason since 2007. I don't know everything, but I try my best to at least know where the answers are. Dazzle Tigerbot. Love the name, Dazzle Tigerbot. Hello. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you will hit that like and subscribe button, answer our poll question. Let me know, are you a Mason? If you're not, cool. Maybe you have some questions about Freemasonry that you've always had. I'll do my best to answer them. that's kind of what we do at these live streams. We talk about my favorite thing, which is Freemasonry. Um, which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office concluded? 6 votes. Looks like 3 Joe Biden, 2 Gerald Ford, 1 George Washington. But Dazzle Tigerbot, if nothing else, you have won the award for best YouTube name. I don't know if you actually get any official prize for that other than bragging rights. Core, that's awesome. Love that idea. Yeah, no, I got that idea. Some different people do it. Some people actually are good enough and have the skill where they can do it, where they'll do the watch along, and while they're doing the watch along, they'll actually like intercut with scenes from the movie. I don't know how they do that without getting a copyright strike. I don't know how that works. So I'm not even going to try it. I'm just going to have it playing in the background while I talk. And the reason I'm doing it at midnight is, what better time is there to watch a scary movie than at midnight, which I would classify Bug as a horror movie. All right, let's go 4 more minutes with this poll question, and then we will go to our last Masonic presidential poll question. Dazzle Tigerbot, I also wonder if you're doing anything for President's Day, if you're in the States, or any of the other celebrations. If you're here in Canada, we got a few different versions of the holiday. Here in Ontario, we celebrate Family Day, which is also a question I'll be asking for sure, which is your Masonic Lodge doing anything to celebrate Family Day? And if so, what might it be? And again, I always know when I say celebrate, one thing a lot of people mistake is they think when I say celebrate, what I mean is holding a big event, holding a celebration. It doesn't have to be that way, you know. That's great if you're doing it, but if you're just hanging out with a couple members of lodge, if you're posting something on social media, that counts as celebrating it. So you should be proud. Just doing Family Day. Awesome. Well, I hope you have a great Family Day. Hello, Cameron. Wonderful trip to Galveston, Texas. I've never been to Galveston. How far is it from where you guys are? And Courtney, once again, he did send me some pictures. He received his scale model Masonic Temple, so I might share that picture, Courtney, if you're okay with that on the stream at some point. But Courtney, it's wonderful to have you in the chat as always. So thank you so much for being here. Core says, hi, Courtney. We all say, hi, Courtney. Don't forget to answer the poll question. If you don't know, just take a guess. Which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office concluded? We got 6 votes at the moment. George Washington, Joe Biden, Gerald Ford. Joe Biden's in the lead. So 2 minutes until we're at the 35-minute mark. And actually, I think, Core, you just posted something else on YouTube, right? I think I saw it on my recommendations, but I didn't click on it yet. So I'm not sure what it's about. But if you did, throw it in the chat. Let me know what it is that you talked about. You probably can't share the link, but I'll see if I can maybe quickly share the link myself. If I go to Black Raven Meditation. Whenever I say that, I always want to say Black Crow Meditation. I think because I like the movie The Crow so much, but it's Black Raven Meditation. All right, let's see. Oh, we're just talking about a process of presence meditation. Okay. So that actually fits well into what we've been talking about. I'm going to copy the link. There it is. Process of presence meditation. Copy that link and then check it out afterwards. Courtney, make sure you check that out. Subscribe to Black Raven. 6 hours from Brownwood, Texas. Thanks, Cameron. 6 hours. That's a trip. Actually, that's not terrible. I mean, again, that's one of those things where I think it's the European versus, North American model. In Europe, if you drove 6 hours, you'd be in 7 different countries. In Canada, if you drive 6 hours, you're in the same province. And in Texas, if you drive 6 hours, you're in the same state. So I think that's kind of an interesting thing about Texas versus or North America versus Europe, for example. The process of presence meditation, and it's funny you say that, as crows have a huge significance in my life, and The Crow was the first animated comic I ever received. I really liked The Crow, the movie. It's not my top 10. It's probably not even my top 20 movies, but I did like it quite a bit. Um, I really think, in my opinion, I never read the comics. I have to check it out. In my opinion, really, that entire movie like hangs on um the main character, Brandon Lee. It's a shame what happened, obviously, and that kind of impacts the movie as well in a way. But his performance was so good in that movie, so good. He just talk about charisma. That guy had a lot of it. All right, one more minute. Which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office concluded? George Washington, Joe Biden, Harry Truman, or Gerald Ford? I'll give you guys 30 more seconds. If you want to just take a guess, go ahead. And then I'll give the answer. Then we'll do one more question about Masonic presidents, and then we'll go on to the meat or the main topic I wanted to discuss. Illustrated, animated. It is deep, dark, and beautiful in my human opinion. Um, it is. No, and it's beautiful. You're absolutely right about the beauty of it too. Like The Crow, it's shot so beautifully. One of my favorite actors actually is I can't think of his name. He's the bad guy in that movie, the main villain. He's got the long hair. He's got the super gravelly voice. I can't think of the name of the actor, but he is actually in one of, maybe for a while, it was my favorite movie for a few years. He played also the villain in this movie called Strange Days, which came out in 1996. Talk about prescient movies. I was talking about Bug being super prescient, which I think it is. Strange Days is an incredible movie. That came out like 96, but watching it, you feel like you'd be watching something that was made yesterday. It's an incredible movie. So everybody should check out Strange Days, and everybody should check out The Crow as well, because I would agree with Core. It is deep, dark, and beautiful, and with some amazing performances. All right, which Masonic president became a Mason one day before his term of office included? The answer is actually Joe Biden. So the audience got it right. Now, this is one of the actually more controversial topics of discussion as to whether he was truly became a Mason or not. It depends on how you want to define things like recognition and landmarks. But from my personal opinion, I would consider him that he was made a Mason. He's not recognized in every jurisdiction because South Carolina Prince Hall isn't recognized in every jurisdiction, but he is recognized in every Prince Hall affiliation, which is good enough for me. So Joe Biden became a Mason by being granted honorary Master Mason membership or status on January 19th, and then January 20th was obviously the inauguration. So we're going to do one more poll question. Maybe if I could find it now. And then we're going to go back to, here it is. I know I still had it. The poll question is going to be, which Masonic president did not advance beyond the first degree or entered apprentice degree? Okay. Last poll question for this Masonic President's Day live stream. Which Masonic president did not advance beyond the first or entered apprentice degree? And let's say we'll do this for another 5 minutes or so, and then we will switch over to our main topic. And as always, though, while I'm talking, feel free at any given point to jump in, say hello. If, anything that pops up that you think might be of interest, or anything that maybe jogs your memory, or maybe gives you an idea. It doesn't have to be Freemasonry per se, right? If what I'm talking about causes you to form a connection with something in your own life that you want to share outside of Freemasonry, by all means. I find when you care about something, you almost inevitably make links to it, right? So for me, when it comes to Freemasonry, I can link almost anything to a Masonic journey. But maybe you've got something else in your life that you love, and maybe gamification and the Octalysis framework will connect to that for you. So let me know. All right. 2 votes. Which Masonic president did not advance beyond the first entered apprentice degree? We have 2 votes, one for LBJ, one for William Taft. So whenever I think of Taft, I think one of my favorite TV shows was or is The West Wing. And there was this scene where President Bartlett was training. He was practicing because he was going to throw the first pitch at a baseball game. And somebody made some comment about like it's very far, so it's hard to get it over the plate, right? So he was practicing, and they made some comment about like the last president to do that was William Taft or something. And President Bartlett said, "I bet they didn't make fatty practice." So now, whenever I think of William Taft, I think of President Bartlett calling him fatty on West Wing. So that always makes me laugh. Courtney Duffy's saying LBJ. All right, so Courtney Duffy's putting that in. I'm not going to say yes or no. We're going to give it another 4 minutes before we provide the answer to that particular question. Give it a bit more time for people to answer. Interesting. It is a race right now, though, between LBJ and fatty William Taft. No votes yet for FDR. No votes yet for Gerald Ford, which is interesting. We'll do 4 minutes, then we're going to end this poll. I'll give the answer, and then we're going to start talking about the Octalysis framework and gamification and Masonic engagement. And by the way, I also discovered a few other interesting things which we can discuss. I discovered this Getting Healthy from Doctors Manitoba. Looks like a pledge of health or something. The Push It Pledge. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have been arguing, and everybody's heard me say this a million times on the stream. Freemasons have a responsibility to try to maintain their personal health. And looks like the Push It Pledge from Doctors Manitoba might be one way to do that. So it seems very interesting. I'll report back probably on another live stream. All right, 2 minutes. So we got 4 votes. 4 people hit the like button as well so far. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it very much. Everybody who does hit that like button, please hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let me know what it is that you want to talk about at any given point, even when I'm on my main topic, gamification, Freemasonry. That doesn't mean I can't take a little detour here and there in order to discuss what you want to talk about. When I say you, I mean the entire audience. All right, 1 minute and 10 seconds. If you don't know, just ask. Why not take a guess, right? What do you have to lose? I'm just pulling something up here to make sure I've got it ready for when we start our discussion. So I got the information right at hand. And as always, I'm absolutely hoping everybody is having an excellent Family Day, President's Day, Islanders Day, Heritage Day, Louis Riel Day. All right, 30 seconds to go. And like I said, we're going to jump in and start the topic, but that doesn't mean anybody can't at some point or another throw in anything they want to throw in. I'll do my best to answer it. It's going well. It's actually been pretty productive, so it feels good. I got up relatively early, managed to pick up everything I needed to pick up, headed to Coffee Club, dropped off the prize to Michelle, who won the Scale Model Masonic Temple. So that has all been going great. All right. We're going to end this final poll. Which Masonic president did not advance beyond the first entered apprentice degree? Lyndon B. Johnson. He was and remained an entered apprentice. So not William Taft. So yeah, Lyndon B. Johnson. He was the third last Masonic president. After him came Ford, and after Ford came Joe Biden. So there you go. Always wondered why it was that LBJ didn't advance beyond entered apprentice. Probably just, I mean, he's probably busy. Who knows? Maybe he just didn't enjoy it. But I think he maintained his membership. From what I read, he never demitted. So maybe he always planned to do it at some point. Who knows? All right. So with that, let's talk about gamification, Freemasonry, and Masonic engagement. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to just put the word there so people have it in mind. I'm going to share the Octalysis framework on the screen while I'm talking, just so people can see it, go through what this means. I know it seems kind of intimidating, but it's not as intimidating as it seems, I promise. And I think every Mason needs to take a look at this if you're interested in Masonic engagement at all. All right, I think it's on the screen, so I think we're all set. So, and this is also something I wrote in a Medium article, which I'm hoping everybody will check out and read and comment on, etc., etc. And I'll share the link here so you guys can find it afterwards, or bookmark the link. So let's start with some definitions, or start with some general topics, right? Most systems are function focused and designed to get the job done quickly. This is like a factory that assumes that the workers within will do their jobs. However, human-focused design remembers that people in the system have feelings, insecurities, and reasons why they want or do not want to do things, and therefore optimizes their feelings, motivations, and engagement. So when we're designing Masonic systems, are we designing it to be function-focused, which means to make sure that the job of Freemasonry gets done, whether that be the administrative tasks that you need to do, or the meetings, or the degrees get done? Or are we designing it not just to get the job done, but remembering that the Masons, the members in this system, have their own feelings, insecurities, and reasons why they want to be engaged in Masonry or why they don't want to be engaged in Masonry, and therefore thinks about those feelings, motivations, and engagements when creating and designing Masonic meetings or summonses, or just trying to create a Masonic engagement platform. So when you're designing a system, instead of designing it in terms of work and like a factory, why not try to design a system or even Freemasonry like a game? Why? Because games have the amazing ability to keep people engaged for a long time, build relationships and trust between people, and develop their creative potential, right? People will spend hours. I'm going to stop sharing the screen for one moment, come back to it later, though. People will spend hours, days even, playing games. And they do this because games are designed to keep them playing. Games are designed to keep people engaged. Games are designed to keep people motivated and keep people driven, right? And if we can do that with Freemasonry and design it in the same way, to gamify it is the word, then maybe we can push Masonic and member engagement. A common challenge amongst Masonic lodges and bodies is the ability to maintain engagement amongst its membership. This challenge reflected amongst all membership levels, from its newest entered apprentices to its oldest past masters. Some will point out Masonic retention rates, how many members retain their memberships and for how long, as being very high, which it is. When you become a Mason, you tend to stay a Mason for years and decades even. However, in this author's opinion, retention is not and should not be the primary Masonic concern. The primary concern should be Masonic engagement. Engagement defined as how often a member communicates with his lodge or otherwise attends Masonic events, including but not limited to regular meetings or degrees. This author, so me, I would define engaged members as members who attend a minimum of 2 Masonic meetings per year. In this author's personal and anecdotal experiences, pursuant to the above definition, over 50% of North American members are not engaged. That means over 50% of North American Masons, in my observations and research, are not attending at least 2 meetings per year, or attending less than that. So the question is, how can Freemasonry increase member engagement? I think a possible answer and a potential answer is gamification. Gamification is the application of typical elements of game playing, point scoring, competition with others, rules of play, to other areas of activity, typically as an online marketing technique to encourage user engagement with a product or service. So we're going to change the definition slightly. We're going to apply it to Freemasonry. Gamification in Freemasonry is the application of typical elements of game playing, such as point scoring, competition with others, rules of play, to Freemasonry to encourage member engagement with Freemasonry. So one more time, gamification, the application of typical elements of game playing to Freemasonry to encourage member engagement with Freemasonry. So is it possible to gamify member engagement? Is it possible to apply the typical elements of game playing to Freemasonry, thereby encouraging engagement with Masonic meetings or activities? Yes. And that yes is based on Yu Kai Chow's Octalysis framework. I'm going to be sharing some links to this stuff, by the way, shortly. Every Freemason concerned with or considering how to increase member engagement needs to check out this framework, which describes the 8 core motivations or drives by which or through which people engage in activities. So understanding what these drives are, you can then figure out, okay, what are the specific member drives or member motivations? And by understanding those, you can try to format, for example, format a Masonic meeting or format a Masonic event to capture some of these drives or capture some of these motivations. What is the desired behavior? Increased membership engagement. Which core drives will motivate or drive that desired behavior? That's what we're going to study. It's important to note that the same question and drives apply to Masonic attempts to increase applications and membership also. So it's not just about getting current member engagement, it's about getting engagement from the public for things like applications and joining. That's important as well. I think the main challenge facing Freemasonry, though, is not reduced membership, but rather reduced engagement amongst the current membership. So for that reason, my focus is on the core drives for current members, but I do talk about how this can also apply to the public when it comes to the application stage. So 8 core drives that motivate behavior. And can we design our meetings and Masonic experience to tap into these core drives? Core drive 1, epic meaning and calling. This is a motivation or a drive based on a user belief that he or she is part of something bigger than themselves. It can tie into ideas such as faith, hope, and charity. It is the author's opinion that Freemasonry can and does provide an epic meaning. In fact, the author wrote about what he views as the true Masonic calling in a previous story, or the true epic meaning of Freemasonry in a previous story, that epic meaning being the opportunity to fight for a better world. And actually, Core talked about this a little bit, and maybe another way to look at that, which I'll get to shortly. The Masonic calling is a call to fight for a better world. The epic meaning is the epic struggle to build the world into a better place through the practice of brotherly love, relief, and truth. If a user feels that engagement in an activity is contributing to something larger than himself or herself, that user is more likely to remain engaged. How many Masonic members, how many members feel that engagement in Freemasonry contributes to something larger than themselves? How many members feel that Freemasonry has a meaning, epic or otherwise, or a calling? If they do feel that Freemasonry has a meaning or calling, could they express that meaning and calling to others or even to themselves? If they cannot express the meaning of or calling behind Freemasonry, is that the fault of their Masonic lodge and sponsors in failing to either explain through words or express through actions the meaning or calling behind Freemasonry? How many members join Freemasonry out of a belief they will find an epic meaning and calling therein, to then become disappointed, disillusioned, and subsequently disengage in the craft? So, what that means is if you have an applicant who joins Freemasonry, who becomes a member because he's looking for some type of meaning or calling in his life, because he wants to be part of something bigger than himself, and if subsequently he feels that there is no meaning or purpose to Freemasonry, or he can't define what that meaning or purpose is, and he's not seeing it either in the words, he's not hearing it in the words or seeing it in the actions of his Masonic brothers, that drive is going to go away and he's not going to want to return. He's going to disengage because he's not going to feel like there's any meaning to his involvement. So that becomes where it's the responsibility of the lodge to remind its membership, not just of the administrative duties required to maintain a Masonic lodge, but why maintaining a lodge is important. Why maintaining a lodge is an act of building something bigger than oneself and something that deserves to be maintained. You can remind members by including in-lodge discussions around charitable efforts, the health benefits of being a Freemason, or through actions such as reaching out to isolated members, bringing older members back to a lodge, and in doing so, at the same time, making sure people see what you're doing so the members see where that benefit is, where that meaning is, so they understand what it is, right? I think sometimes Masons have this tendency to to believe that their work should be quiet. And I understand where that comes from. But honestly, if you're keeping your Masonic works quiet and people don't see it, they're not going to, especially if they're driven by epic meaning or calling, if they're looking for some type of meaning for something bigger than themselves, if they don't see that work being done, they're not going to see the epic meaning behind Freemasonry or the calling behind Freemasonry, and they're more likely to lose that motivation or drive. Is joining the group a vehicle to fulfilling a purpose or the focus to find a purpose? That's a great point. Yeah, and that's interesting too, because that is a very interesting. Oh my, it's a subtle distinction, but it's so important because so let's say so for me, I use it as an example. I joined Freemasonry out of a desire to fulfill a purpose because I grew up with it, because I saw my dad in it, because I kind of had a basic understanding of it. I already I want to help people. I want to make the world a better place. I knew that Freemasonry was a way to do that, so I joined to fulfill that purpose. There are some people who are joining Freemasonry where they are trying to find a purpose. They don't necessarily know even what it is they want to do or what their purpose is. They're just looking for a way they're looking to find a purpose. And you may see in that situation, they may be applying to join Freemasonry, Odd Fellows, the Rotary Club. They may be doing all these different things in a very scattershot way because they don't yet feel like they have a purpose and they're looking to find it. And that actually probably fills into some other core drives, especially the core drive around curiosity, which we'll talk about in a second. But that is also really important for Masons to talk to the applicant about or talk to the member about and be like, okay, are you looking to fulfill a specific purpose? And if you are, what is that specific purpose? And how can we perhaps design your Masonic experience so you can fulfill that purpose? If, for example, you're looking to fulfill the purpose of helping people, then maybe we need to put that member on the sick and visitation committee. So he's the person you call if you are sick or your family is sick or you need some type of charitable assistance. Whereas if you're a member and you don't actually know, you're looking to find a purpose, you don't know why you even want to be a Mason, other than you're looking for something that you feel is missing in your life, then it's more about, okay, explaining all the different things Freemasonry offers and seeing what may be of interest to him, or just pushing engagement in other ways until he finds his purpose. The information, and the information from this reminding, so again, going back to what I was saying, you're reminding people of why Freemasonry represents an epic calling through in-lodge discussions of charitable efforts, health benefits of Freemasonry, reaching out to isolated members, returning them to Masonic lodges. You're reminding them in lodge, but also remind the membership in the lodge summons or trestle board or correspondence. So if people aren't going, they're seeing it in their trestle board, and maybe they're more likely to be reminded of that epic calling of Freemasonry, that purpose of Freemasonry, and then try to get them engaged that way. And again, part of that means being very loud about what you're doing. Again, I understand the Masonic desire for sometimes to be a little bit more humble or quiet in our charitable efforts, but ultimately that is, you're doing the craft in a sense a disservice, because other Masons, other members who don't see the good works and the meaning are likely to then disengage if they're driven by the desire for some sort of epic meaning, right? Core drive 2, development and accomplishment. So this is interesting because Freemasonry, to a certain extent, already has this drive kind of baked in. It's part of the structure, but you also have to be careful with it. So Freemasonry has in its structure already an established system of development and accomplishment. This begins with the 3 degrees, right? You start as entered apprentice, then you advance to Master Mason. It then moves on to officer progression. Typically, you start as, a steward, move up to worshipful master, and even after that, it can move on to joining appendant lodges or even grand lodge positions or appointments. So in video game speak, this structure is like a progress bar. It allows the member to feel like he's getting somewhere. It symbolizes a sense of accomplishment. It must symbolize a sense of accomplishment. A real danger in Freemasonry, caused by reduction in engaged members, is allowing members to advance through degrees or offices without being properly qualified. If members advance and achieve new accomplishments without qualifications, the accomplishments will feel cheap and will not create any drive to advance or otherwise engage in the Masonic experience. So, for example, if you have a situation where you have very few active or engaged members in a lodge, and the lodge needs officers to do work and fill positions, they may start to push people who aren't necessarily qualified or ready just because they need a body in that chair. And that can be incredibly dangerous, because then it will start to feel like the sense of accomplishment doesn't matter. So if your core drive is achieving things, achieving goals, but these achievements are handed out by the lodge kind of willy-nilly, even if you work really hard and deserve to advance, if the next person doesn't work hard and still advances, that's going to affect how you view every accomplishment. And that's going to start to result in a disengagement, a demotivation, if your drive was accomplishment. And this also, you have to be really careful about this one as well. We're going to talk about this one more down. But if you are the type of person, and I would say I'm one of them, if you are the type of person who is motivated by accomplishments, which I have a habit of being that way. I like certificates and prizes and awards. I like getting those things. That can be really dangerous, because that can only go for so long before it becomes meaningless, right? Like, and I felt this at different jobs I've had. It's like when I first start the job, I'm really excited because I have to go through training, and as the training, when I'm done the training, I get a certificate, and I kind of go from probationary period to getting a salary to getting different responsibilities. But that lasts for a year or two at most. Then it's just you're working at the job for 20, 30, 40 years. It's very hard to maintain, and same thing with Freemasonry. It's like at a certain point, you've done as much as you can do. in terms of advancement. You've got your Master Mason degree. You've got your worshipful master position. Heck, you've gone to Grand Lodge. Like at a certain point, it stops, or district deputy. At a certain point, it can't just be about accomplishments, because there's only so many accomplishments you can hand out before you become a situation of over justification. Right? I think this drive is really powerful at the start of something. It's incredibly powerful when you're motivating an entered apprentice to become a master mason, or a steward to become a worshipful master. But over time, it starts to become less and less of a motivating factor, or it becomes harder and harder for that lodge. So this, to me, it makes sense when you're trying to design a Masonic experience for a new member, to focus on the core drive of motivation and advance, or to focus on the core drive of advancement and accomplishment. But over time, that can't be where it stops. You need to focus on other things, other core drives. Core drive 3, empowerment and creativity of feedback. This drive relates to the ability for a member to make meaningful choices and otherwise feel empowered to make creative choices within the activity or within the game. Do members feel empowered to make creative decisions and try new things? Do members feel in control of their Masonic experience? Or do members, especially new members, feel that they are not empowered to make any new decisions or approach Freemasonry in a creative way? If members do not feel empowered, how likely are they to engage? In this author's experience, this feeling of powerlessness is a major factor that results in disengagement, especially amongst first-time worshipful masters. It's a well-known joke, I'm going to put joke in quotations, that the common refrain of past masters is, "That's not how we did it in my day." Sadly, it is not such a joke, hence the quotes, and many past masters will use some version of the above refrain as a way to stymie or otherwise quell a new worshipful master's ideas or plans, thereby creating a sense of animosity and frustration between the new worshipful master and the past masters, which very often results in the new worshipful master disengaging from his lodge upon completion of his term of office. This same animosity or frustration can occur amongst new members who join a Masonic lodge full of ideas, to be then shot down by the older members who feel they have the right, by virtue of their experience, to disregard any ideas they dislike. So this can result in new members disengaging from their lodge before even entering the Masonic lineup. And that is, and I can't, if any other Masons are in the chat and want to answer, I've seen this dynamic play out so many times, and it absolutely kills motivation and kills drive. If you have somebody who's joining, who's trying something new, who wants to try something new, but he is consistently getting shot down or stymied in his efforts and not given autonomy, he is going to disengage. Especially, again, everybody's different, but if that's his core drive. So there are some people who join who don't have this core drive, and maybe they are more than happy to kind of take a more, for lack of a better term, passive role and rely on the more experienced members to run the ship, and he just wants to, show up and hang out. And if that's his core drive, then if that's his personality, then this isn't going to be an issue. But if his core drive is he wants autonomy, he wants to be able to try new things, he wants to be able to experiment, he doesn't like to be micromanaged. If that's his core drive, then this will absolutely stymie him and make that member not want to engage, because he'll feel like he doesn't have any type of freedom, right? And for some, a core drive will be the freedom and autonomy to try new things and be creative. So that's a very important thing to keep in mind. And again, everything is unique to the individual. Not everybody will have all of these core drives. What behooves us as Masons is to figure out how can we, first, to figure out if there are certain core drives that are consistent among Freemasons, And second, can we design a Masonic meeting? Can we plan Masonic events to take into account these core drives and motivations to improve Masonic membership? Core drive 4, ownership and possession. So if a user invests a lot of time or energy into products or services, they are more than likely to continue wanting to remain engaged in it, right? They'll feel more attachment, they'll feel more ownership of the product and service, and therefore remain more engaged. To what extent do members feel a sense of ownership of their Masonic experience? Members may feel as though they're investing a lot of time and energy into their Masonic experience, but if they feel this investment is not resulting in ownership of the experience due to the issues discussed in Core Drive 3, how likely is this investment to continue? Or how likely is this engagement to continue? Right? And that's a really important factor to keep in mind. Again, if your core drive is ownership or possession of the experience, but you feel that somebody else is always making your experience their experience or trying to control your experience, how likely is your engagement to continue if you feel like it's not really your experience? It's somebody else's, if that makes any sense. Core drive 5, social influence and relatedness. Another word for this core drive, relevance. Based on the things people say and do around a user, how relevant is that particular user experience to his larger life? If a member hears about Freemasonry and his lodge once or twice a month, but for the remainder of the month, that member hears nothing about Freemasonry and his lodge, then how likely is that member to remain engaged? Part of this relevance is having Masonic bodies with more visible community and virtual presence, thereby ensuring the Masonic experience is visible and relevant to membership all the time. That this experience remains top of mind. So if your drive is you want to be part of something that's relevant, then again, if the member, hears about Freemasonry once a month, but the other 29 days of the month or 30 days of the month, that member is not seeing anything as it relates to Freemasonry or not thinking about it, will his engagement continue, or is he the type of person whose motivation or drive is based on the relevance of something in his life? Increased community events using social media networks, promotional events, increasing communication. These are all ways to increase visibility. This increased visibility may also help to attract new members or new applicants who are considering becoming a member. So you get the bonus effect. There is a danger in this drive, though, especially relates to social influence. Right. So what happens is, social influence, the idea of I joined something, so all my friends want to join it if they hear me talking about it. Right. There's a danger in this because there's a tendency for newer members to rely on social influence to invite or otherwise bring friends and contacts into the lodge. Usually, this tendency is of the best of intentions, and usually Masonic lodges or bodies are more than happy to support this tendency, as it results in an influx of applications, members, and dues. But this tendency is dangerous, as the newer members doing the inviting may still be at the earliest stage of their Masonic career. They may not even fully understand what Freemasonry is or what it offers. As such, they may be part of it. They may paint an incorrect picture of Freemasonry to the invitees, resulting in an influx of members that grow disillusioned with Freemasonry and end up disengaging or demitting from the lodge and Freemasonry altogether. So again, if I just become an entered apprentice and my drive is social influence, and as a result, I want all my friends to join to show off my social influence, well, if I'm getting them to join by painting them a picture of Freemasonry that I don't even fully understand yet, how likely is it that they will join because they fully understand? And at what point will they grow so tired of it that they will become disengaged and disillusioned? And then you've just brought all these people in who are now demitting or not happy with the system, with the game of Freemasonry. So in my opinion, it's better for a Mason to use social influence to invite others to apply for membership after he's reached a win point, such as being elected worshipful master, or maybe after at least 5 years of Masonic engagement. Sorry, Courtney, I just saw your question. Cameron, through gamification, is there a clear chance that membership could possibly rise a little bit more? What's your opinion on this? So I would be very hesitant to say there's a clear chance that membership could possibly rise. I don't think there's any clear chances of anything in Freemasonry right now, but I think there's definitely a chance, right? But as I pointed out, I think for me, I don't think the main concern right now for Masonry should be on increasing Masonic membership. I think the main concern should be on getting those members we already have to be more engaged. Having said that, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can do two things at once. And I think there's no question in my mind that gamification will assist and help with both increasing membership and increasing member engagement or membership engagement. Core drive 6, scarcity or impatience. This core drive and the motivation therein connects to Freemasonry in numerous ways. First, and obviously, the idea of guarding the West Gate. If admission to Freemasonry is too easy or open to anyone, Freemasonry itself will seem to be an unlimited resource and less likely to be valued or engaged with by members. So this goes to that one of those paradoxical things. The way you increase membership is actually by making membership more scarce and thereby creating a more desirable atmosphere for it. Core drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity. Freemasonry by its nature encourages predictability and routine. It encourages, indeed requires, stability. However, Freemasonry can embrace the idea of curiosity to drive engagement. How many Masonic meetings are same old, same old? What if every Masonic meeting involves some type of education or program that varies meeting to meeting? This curiosity can be combined with the core drive of scarcity in that the education or program which takes place at one meeting will not be repeated at the next meeting. As such, you are both engaging with curiosity by providing unique and interesting education or programming, while also engaging the scarcity drive by limiting the opportunity for member engagement. So you're basically saying if you want to hear this educational program, if you want to listen to this educational idea, then you have to be at this meeting at this time because you're not going to get another opportunity for this education. So again, this is this example of scarcity. It's a one-time only thing. This drive, scarcity and curiosity, also explains why Masonic special events continue to have positive member engagement while regular business meetings experience declining member engagement. By virtue of the name, right? If it's a special event, it implies both a reason to be curious, what makes this event special, and to set aside time to engage. If it's a special event, how many other opportunities will I have to engage? But a regular, quote unquote, regular business meeting implies both familiarity. If it's regular, how curious should I be? Right? And ubiquity. If it's regular, a member can miss the first business meeting and feel comfortable. There will be a second and a third and a fourth, right? It's like, it's regular. So there's nothing scarce about it. If something's regular, by definition, it's common. It's not scarce, right? So the way you deal with this is by making each meeting a unique and scarce experience, in that each meeting will have something that will not be repeated at the next. But keeping in mind, attempting to drive Masonic engagement through scarcity and curiosity requires a Masonic lodge or body to communicate what is happening and why members will want to engage. This communication can be in the form of social media, summons or trestle board, or even an upcoming events board within a Masonic building. So if you want to do this thing where you're saying every meeting will have something special, but you're not communicating what that special thing will be, then the drive will be non-existent, right? You need to communicate what is special about this meeting that you're not going to get at any other meeting, right? So that does put more work on the lodge, but it's still equally important and necessary. Core drive 8, loss and avoidance. This is a tricky one. So I'm going to take one break to get a quick drink. So loss and avoidance, right? So this core drive connects the previous two. It's FOMO, fear of missing out, to some extent, such as the fear of missing out on a really special meeting, an interesting piece of education, or the chance to visit with Masonic brethren, as we discussed in a previous. But one Masonic lodge in Arizona actually publishes its refreshment menu in its summons as a way to encourage engagement, lest the member miss out or lose a delicious meal. But there's also a negative side to this, right? This core drive is also how Masonic jurisdiction or Grand Lodge will motivate or drive engagement amongst members, especially as it relates to administrative work or procedures. So you need to be engaged to get quorum, or we're going to pull your charter and close your Masonic lodge. You need to be engaged to complete this paperwork, or you're going to get a late fee. You need to be engaged to request dispensation, or you're going to get some type of punishment, right? It's the fear of loss or the fear of punishment that is motivating you. So it's effective, especially in the short term, but it often results in burnout, stress, and resentment. This is especially true if membership does not understand why the administrative work or procedures are necessary. So if the Grand Lodge, for example, is telling me you need to do this work and have it done by this date, or we're going to shut down your Masonic lodge, if I don't understand why that work is important, yes, that will drive me in some ways. That will motivate me to do what's being asked of me because I'm afraid of losing the Masonic lodge. But that's also going to create resentment and burnout and anger in me at the same time, right? And so I think that this drive. So if there are people who are driven by loss or by fear of loss, by fear of losing something, that can be very powerful, but that can also be very limiting because eventually you're going to become burned out, angry, resentful, right? It's like you almost start to feel like you're being held hostage in a sense, right? It's like you're telling me I need to do this or you're going to take away my lodge. It's like you're holding the lodge hostage, or you're holding my love of the lodge, or you're holding my fear of losing the lodge as a hostage and driving me to do something. And that can be very dangerous. And I've seen many Masons over the years become so burnt out that they lose they lose the engagement because it's just a constant treadmill to be on, right? It's this scarcity idea, which this goes back to how we evolved, right? If we evolved at a time period when food was scarce, like everything was very scarce, and so if we had an opportunity to get something, we had to work quick and get it. And so when from a evolutionary perspective, if you're hunting a wildebeest, then what's motivating you is the fact you might be really hungry and you don't want to lose the meal. In modern times, it's not the same thing, but if you're filling out paperwork because you need to get something in because you don't want to, for your lodge, you're maybe driven by the fact that you don't want to lose the lodge, even though it's a different, the nature, the reward, the thing you're afraid of losing out on is different. The reward pathway in your brain, the drive pathway is the same. And that you can only go at that level for so long before it starts to become a problem or an issue. So those are the 8 drives which those are the 8 core drives which drive or motivate behavior, right? So to go through them one more time, I'm just going to list them out and give a brief explanation of each. Core drive 1, epic meaning and calling. You want to be part of something bigger than yourself. You're motivated to be part of something bigger than yourself. Core drive 2, development and accomplishment. You want to accomplish something, you want to progress somehow. Core drive 3, empowerment and creativity of feedback. You want to be, or you're motivated to be empowered or to be creative in decision making. Core drive 4, ownership and possession. You want to be in ownership or possession of some experience or some product or service. Core drive 5, social influence and relatedness. You want to either achieve a level of influence in your friend group or society, or somebody else has influenced you to potentially join, or a friend has joined and you relate to that friend, so you want to be engaged as well or join as well. Core drive 6, scarcity and impatience. Something is of limited amount, something is limited resources, and you want, therefore, you're motivated, therefore, to acquire it or have it. Core drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity. You find something interesting, you're curious about something, you don't necessarily know the information, but you want to learn. So you're motivated by curiosity and by the desire to learn something new. Core drive 8, loss and avoidance. You're afraid of missing out or losing something, and that drives you to do what you need to do to make sure you don't lose out on that. So these are the 8 core drives, and whatever is motivating or driving a member to engage in Freemasonry, by which I mean to attend at least 2 meetings per year, will fit into one of those 8 categories. He may be attending a meeting because he wants to be part of something bigger than himself. He may be attending a meeting because he's curious about what's going to be at the meeting. He may be attending a meeting because he's afraid if he doesn't go, he's going to miss out on a delicious meal. He may be attending because he feels like he has a certain level of ownership over the lodge or his experience, et cetera, et cetera. But those are the drives that are getting that member to engage. I wonder if these tendencies can be metered with the personality test. If the leaders know how to best display, how to treat the members, others may be more likely to follow suit. Thoughts? I know, I agree, Core, 100%. And that is something I've been thinking about. I just don't have the background yet. But I do suspect there's probably an absolute major way to, not major way, that's not the right word, sorry. Yeah, to meter, to connect, to correct a personality test for these drives. Because it wouldn't surprise me if, for example, so again, my personality type, ENFJ, campaigner, if I recall correctly. So maybe everybody with my personality type will be very motivated by or driven by core drives 1, 2, and 3, for example, right? So maybe the lodge could say, okay, Cameron is a member. He has this personality type. Therefore, the thing that drives and motivates him to be engaged will be these 3 core drives. Therefore, when we're trying to create a Masonic experience for Cameron, this is kind of the drives that we need to keep in mind so that he is engaged. Whereas somebody else who has a different personality type, they may have a very different things that drive them. And this can be both positive and negative, right? So in the sense that my suspicion is, and one thing I do know about myself, and maybe this is connected to my personality type, is I get very frustrated when people try to motivate me through core drive 8, loss and avoidance, right? So for example, if somebody tells me like, you need to do X, you need to do this, and the way they drive me to do it is they say, if you don't, you're going to experience some type of punishment or some type of loss. My usual response is I become demotivated or disengaged, right? Because it makes me feel like you're holding me hostage in some way, like you're telling me I have to do this or else. My usual response to that is, or else what? right? Like I'm not going to, that doesn't work well for me. Whereas if somebody tells me you need to do something, but they explain it in the sense of an epic meaning or a calling or why and how it will make things better in some way, that tends to be very motivating for me. But that could just be my personality type. There may be others for whom loss and avoidance is actually a very powerful motivator and driving factor. And for them, maybe it does make sense to explain things to them in the sense of like, do this or you will lose this. And it's like they're very like, maybe they will respond positively to that and that will give them more drive because maybe they're very concrete thinkers, whereas maybe they don't think in such abstract terms. So for them, an epic meaning, they won't understand it, right? They won't, that won't drive them. Maybe that'll be the opposite. Maybe because sometimes a core meaning can be so abstract, maybe trying to explain to somebody, but maybe trying to motivate somebody through epic meaning will actually have the opposite effect. Again, depending on their personality type. So I 100% agree, Core, and that's something I'm thinking about. But my suspicion is the personality type one has will connect to um, what drives them and motivates them well versus what is a poor driver or motivator. So play a TV. Let me walk the sword, and let me know, Core, if that made sense. So play a TV. Let me walk the sword before I approach. Salute, square off. I'm seated. Well, thank you, Sue. Sue, play a TV. Thank you so much for being back. I think you've been on this stream before, right? So welcome back. It's good to have you. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't done so. Cameron, can't these 8 principles also enhance an individual's life experience? No, absolutely. Right? Because again, it's like anything you do will be done, will be motivated, driven by one of these 8 core drives, right? And understanding what drives you, I think, can absolutely enhance your individual life because you'll understand both what will motivate you and therefore what will drive you and therefore where you should kind of focus your energies on it. And also understanding, even more important, especially if you're a leader or trying to do something with other people, understanding what motivates or drives them will be the same thing, right? So for example, if I'm a leader and I know that one of my teammates is driven by a desire, is driven by curiosity, then for him, I'm going to try to maybe give him a project or part of a project that requires him to learn something new because I know that he's driven by curiosity. But if I know somebody else is driven by a fear of missing out or fear of loss, then I may give him a deadline and say, like, you need to get this done by this time or else. Because again, I know he's driven by, a desire for a fear of loss or a fear of of losing something, right? So I may have to give him like a stick more than a carrot. I may have to say, do this or there's a penalty, a fine or something. And for somebody else, maybe I know that they are driven by scarcity. So I may have to may have to limit how much of work I give them in order so that the work seems scarce. So they're more likely to want to get it done because they care about scarcity, right? So it's just how people are driven will affect how you work with them. Yes, absolutely made sense. You talk a lot about organizational leadership stuff. I think you're really onto something by implementing it in a fellowship form. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Core. Um, so going back to, so those are the 8 core motivations, and then they go into categories, and there's 4 categories. The first one is left brain or extrinsic motivations. These are drives which motivate based on reaching a reward, goal, or milestone without necessarily enjoying the activity itself. That drive that fits into this category: core drive 2, development and accomplishment; core drive 4, ownership and possession; core drive 6, scarcity or impatience. So for example, this might be, I go to work, I hate my job, but I get a paycheck. So that's a reward, goal, or milestone, right? So these drives are good for attracting people into a system or attracting members into Freemasonry, but it has a difficult time maintaining consistent engagement. So for example, if a job is offering me, $1 million a year to take a job, well, that is going to be pretty motivating and drive me to take the job. But after a few years, if I hate that job, maybe what I'll do is I'll save up my money sufficiently that I can quit, because it's like I reached a point where I've saved up enough. I took the job because I wanted the money. Now I've got the money. Now I'm thinking of a way to get out. So maybe I then end up looking for another job that pays me much less, but I enjoy more, right? So rewards, external rewards are great at the start, and Freemasonry, it's the same thing. It's great at the start because, again, you join, you get something, you get a membership, then you get your fellowcraft degree, then you get your master mason's degree, then you get an officer position. But that can't last forever, and that actually does create its own problem because, again, I talked about this before, there's just so many rewards or milestones a system can provide to its membership before they start to feel meaningless. So if I am going to say, if I implement some type of reward and I say, okay, everybody who does this gets, so let's say you're doing something and you enjoy it. Then I come along and say, okay, I'm going to start giving you certificates for doing this thing that you were doing before out of enjoyment. And I'll start to give you a certificate. Well, eventually you're going to start doing the thing not out of enjoyment, but out of a certificate. And then once the certificate feels meaningless because you've got them so much, then maybe I'll turn around and say, okay, I'll give you more of a certificate, or I'll give you a certificate plus a gift card. And eventually it becomes this cycle where I either have to keep on increasing the rewards and milestones until it becomes unaffordable, or I take the rewards and milestones away, but now you no longer do the thing out of enjoyment, but out of wanting rewards. It's called the over-justification effect. It 100% results burnout. I've seen it with Freemasonry, where a lodge becomes so focused on constantly providing rewards of different types that the members burn out because they start doing the thing not out of enjoyment, but out of rewards. I think external motivators are really great to bring people back to a lodge, to bring engagement back, but it doesn't, over time, you're going to have problems with burnout. Secretaries' jobs last forever. They do, but that's a very major point of it, right? So I'm doing the secretary's job. Let's say that they turn around and they say, okay, we're going to start to give our secretary $500 a year to do the job, which they would deserve, by the way. And then let's say eventually the lodge gets to a point where it can no longer afford the $500 and it takes the $500 away. Well, now the secretary is doing the same work as before, but now he's not getting paid $500. Is he going to now burn out and be like, well, I'm not going to do it anymore? Even though he was doing it for free at the start, right? Again, over justification effect is real. I've seen it happen. So the question is, does Freemasonry rely too heavily on providing rewards and milestones to drive member engagement, as opposed to focusing on the creation of an enjoyable experience, as seen in the second category, or as seen in category 2? Category 2 is right brain or intrinsic motivation. These are drives that motivate based on an internal enjoyment of the activity without needing any reward or milestone. The drives that fit into this category are core drive 3, empowerment and creativity of feedback; core drive 5, social influence and relatedness; core drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity. This category works well to maintain engagement or keep people within the system. So it's easy to design a category. It's easy to design for category 1 to motivate based on offering rewards. Everybody who shows up gets $25. right? But it results in short-term gains. It is hard to design for category 2 to drive motivation by creating an enjoyable or rewarding experience, but it results in longer-term gains because you can't just give a prize or an award. You actually have to think about how you are actually making people feel outside of some award or external stimulus. It's a powerful drive to do something greater than oneself. I agree, Courtney, 100%. It is a powerful drive. I think that is the most powerful drive. Happy President's Day. We've had some great leaders praying for many more. I agree. I agree with that, Courtney. You've had some great leaders, Masonic and otherwise. So category 3 for these drives are white hat or top. So these are drives that rely on the user being in control of the situation. So that would be someone exercising because he or she wants to be in shape. Hey, Nicholas, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So no one is forcing the user to exercise. The decision is being driven internally and with no threat. So you're doing it because you want to do it. You're in control. So the drives that fit into this category are core drive 1, epic meaning and calling. Core drive 2, development and accomplishment. Core drive 3, empowerment and creativity of feedback. So member engagement driven by this category looks like a member visiting his lodge because he feels doing so represents an opportunity to advance some type of epic meaning, such as fighting for a better world, will result in Masonic development, or will provide him with an opportunity for empowerment or leadership. The challenge with this category is there's no scarcity or risk of loss. So for example, going back to exercise, there's a gym in my apartment. It's available to me anytime. Because it's available to me anytime, it can be very challenging to motivate myself or drive myself to go downstairs to the gym because I know I can always do it tomorrow. I can always do it the next day, right? So these 3 core drives, they can result in procrastination sometimes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dennis. Thank you so much for joining us. We are chatting about gamification and Freemasonry, but this could almost apply to any field, I think, really. So again, this category is good for creating long-term member engagement if the motivations are sufficiently explained and understood. So because there's no scarcity, because in theory, I can go to the gym anytime and I'm more likely therefore to procrastinate about it, it's so important that somebody, a doctor, a friend, sufficiently explain to me why I need to exercise, why it's important, and why I can't be putting it off, right? If nobody explains it to me and I don't understand why it's important, maybe I understand on some intellectual level, but if I don't understand on an emotional level why it's important and no one explains it to me, procrastination is a very real risk. The question is, how many members genuinely understand how and why Masonic engagement makes them better and makes the world better? Category 4, black hat or bottom. These are drives which rely on a user being forced into engagement via a fear of loss through some external factor, such as a boss forcing an employee into work at risk of termination. So the drives in this category are core drive 6, scarcity or impatience, core drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity, core drive 8, loss or avoidance. So this category results in short-term gains, but can, depending on how it's applied, result in burnout and resentment. You're constantly forcing a sense of urgency or stress onto the user. Can't miss this meeting, can't miss this meeting, can't be late with this, can't, because, again, you're forcing that sense of urgency and stress. And this also goes to the idea of our brains don't like to track long-term benefits. Our brains are better with short-term rewards or short-term punishments. So do this or your lodge will have its charter pulled and will go dark. That can be very motivating, but at the same time, like I said, it's very stressful. And it creates the same, in our brains, it creates the same type of stress that would have existed, a million years ago when we were fighting amongst each other for the last piece of meat. Our brains don't know the difference between those two things. We just know there's a scarce resource, there's a sense of urgency, and we need to deal with that. And so again, the interesting thing is, and this is something I found fascinating, dictators, dictators and terrible leaders tend to rely more on this category of drives, these black hat drives, because they'll say something like, for example, if I want to get somebody to do something, then I can just torture them and they'll do it, right? That is motivating them through core drive 8, loss and avoidance. They want to avoid being tortured, so they'll do what the dictator says. And it can seem to give you very good results in terms of motivating people to do what you want them to do, or driving people to do what you want them to do. But first of all, it's just morally wrong to torture people. But also, that will only last for so long before the dictator's population becomes driven or motivated by, for example, core drive 1, an epic meaning, and finds an epic meaning in overthrowing that dictator. So you can only push that so far. And that's not to say they're always in a negative sense. Again, a leader can use core drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity, in a positive way by, providing them with opportunities to learn new things. But you're not, or, it can be used in a negative way as well, right? But I think it's more just this idea of how you drive. Loyalty cannot be beaten into any of us. And that's very true. It cannot be. Loyalty, I mean, you can use a beating to, again, motivate or drive behavior, but that behavior won't be done out of a genuine love of or caring for whomever is doing it. It'll be driven by fear and wanting to avoid something, and that eventually is not going to go well for anybody over time, right? And so again, I think from a personal perspective, even me reading this, it helped me better understand certain things about myself, right? Like, I think for me, I am very highly driven or motivated by core drive 1, which is an epic meaning or a calling, or desiring an epic meaning or calling. I think I'm very motivated or driven by development and accomplishment, wanting to accomplish things. I tend to be a sucker for a certificate or a plaque. I also think I'm driven by ownership. I like to own my experiences, define that how you will. And also, I would say I'm very driven by curiosity. I like to see new things and learn new things. By the same token, I tend to be very demotivated and tend to disengage by loss and avoidance. If I feel like I'm being threatened or somebody says do this or else, that tends to not work well. My usual response is to say or else what. So that doesn't drive me very well. And if anything, it makes me want to disengage. I tend to be not very driven by social influence. But again, that's just me and my personality. So when somebody is trying to create, especially at the start, a Masonic experience that I'm going to enjoy, they're going to take into account those core drives. For other people, it might be completely the opposite. So they may be driven by more the fear of loss. They may be driven more by scarcity, right? Wanting something that seems scarce or limited. And for them, you're going to give them a very different Masonic experience as much as you can, right? And so, yeah, I think it's helped me understand myself and also the motivations potentially of other people around Freemasonry. I like that curiosity is a main drive. I am not surprised. We are seeing curiosity pop up a lot, both in these streams. We're seeing curiosity as a personality trait pop up a lot in these streams, as well as in Freemasonry. Actually, Dennis, if you stick around for a bit, or actually, here's what I'm going to do, Dennis. I'm going to leave a link in the chat. Give me 1 second. I'm hoping maybe you can do me a favor. In the meantime, let me know what you guys are thinking of this so far, if it's giving you any ideas, or thoughts that you think you can maybe apply to areas of your own life, Freemasonry or otherwise. Let me just find the link. Curiosity killed the cat, satisfaction brought it back. That is true. That is very true. And, curiosity is not such a bad thing. Curiosity is why we left the caves. It's why we sailed across the ocean. It's why we landed on the moon. I mean, some would say it was actually economics that forced us to do those things, but it can be both. It can be both. So, Dennis, I'm leaving a link here. You want to copy it for later. This is to a Medium article I wrote about personality assessments. If you'd be willing to head to that link, find that there's a link. There's a link in the link. There's a link in this Medium story to a personality assessment. Take the personality assessment and then leave a comment or respond to the Medium story with your personality type, because we are seeing curiosity pop up a lot in these assessments. And it's making me think there may be a connection between engagement in Freemasonry, even engagement in this stream, and the personality trait of curiosity, which is the N letter in the personality assessment. So going back to this, so we talked about the 8 core drives that motivate people and the categories which they fit into. Now we're going to go on to the Masonic journey or the user's journey. A game, because this is again about gamification. A game by its nature is dynamic. No one plays a game in which nothing happens. If I sit across from you on a chessboard and the game is we sit and look at each other and never move any pieces, it's a pretty boring game. The player goes on a journey. The user goes on a journey. What is the Masonic journey? The Masonic journey can be divided into 4 parts: discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, and endgame. Intuitively, most members see Freemasonry as one experience. That is a mistake. From a motivation standpoint, a member's engagement is continuously evolving. The way a member engages on day 1 with Freemasonry and the way a member engages on day 100 with Freemasonry will be different. If Freemasonry engages members on day 1, but by day 100, those members find Freemasonry boring and uninspiring, something went wrong. So phase 1 of the journey, discovery. The first phase of a user's journey starts when he discovers Freemasonry. This discovery could take place through friends, family, maybe seeing a Masonic parade float or seeing the square and compasses symbol in public. If I wear my square and compasses shirt, somebody sees it, they've discovered Freemasonry. Maybe they're interested now. Freemasons need to think about and optimize the motivation users have when they discover Freemasonry. Needle, this past Sat, there was in Carson on my corner. I had my Masonic hood on. 3 guys walked past me and said, "Nice culture." I was so heated. Needle, thank you so much for joining. A, thank you for joining, Needle. B, don't be heated. I don't know how, I know you've been on these streams a lot and I always appreciate you joining. I don't know how many of them you've seen where we've had the Masonic haters show up. It's happened a few times. And I always welcome them onto the stream as long as they're not being idiots. If so somebody comes on and they've said, Freemasonry is a cult, they've said Freemasons worship Satan, I always, welcome them onto the chat. I thank them for joining. And I say, I use the wrestling quote. So there's this quote from a professional wrestler. He said, "Look, I can't convince you that wrestling is real, but I can convince you that I'm real." And I apply that to Freemasonry in the sense that I can't convince everybody that Masonry is good, but I can convince you that I'm good. And through the stream, I've actually had some people jump on who came on and said they hate Freemasonry, they hate Freemasons on one stream. And then a week later, they come on and say, "Well, I still hate Freemasonry, but I like you, or I think you're okay." And I always say that's the start. And if I can convince them that I'm good, maybe I can convince them that Freemasonry is actually pretty good. So, just laugh it off. We've all been there, Nita. We've all been there. The fact that you even cared is a good sign because it means you care about Freemasonry, and that's a good thing. But don't get too heated. People are foolish. Human nature is what it is. Just smile at them. You're a good person. I know you're a good person, and because I know you're a good person, I know you'll represent the craft well. And maybe you can convince those three that Freemasonry is not a cult, but maybe you can at least convince them that you're a good dude, and go from there. Yeah, and that's all you need to say, right? Just be honest and let them think what they're going to think. But who knows? You may have planted a seed in them, and 5 years down the line, when they start to maybe what you said to them will plant a seed, and 5 years from now, maybe they'll join the craft. It's happened in the past. It has happened. People came with a negative view of Freemasonry, learned about it, and ended up with a positive view of Freemasonry. By the way, I'm going to remind everybody, Neil, you can do this as well. Everybody watching this, if you get the chance, go to my Patreon, patreon.com/squareandcompass, and sign up for my Patreon. You can sign up and pay monthly, or just join the free membership. Just join completely for free. And everybody who joins, I'm going to have another contest in 2 months. Going to be giving away a very special picture/painting, which I'll share in an upcoming stream. So Needle, Dennis, I hope you guys will go to Patreon, patreon.com/squareandcompass, sign up for free, and you'll be entered into another contest. So going back to what I was saying before, phase 1, discovery. So somebody's discovered Freemasonry. Maybe they're foolish and call it a cult, but they see somebody with a shirt, who knows? So now they're curious. Now they've discovered it. So in this case, the core drive really is almost always going to be some type of curiosity, especially right at the start. If they've never heard anything about it, it kind of that's almost all it can be, right? In this phase, so even though curiosity is where it starts, very quickly you want to figure out, okay, are they looking for some type of epic meaning? What is it about Freemasonry that makes it curious? What is it about that square and compass's symbol that made them curious, that made them interested? Did it look to them like something that was possessed an epic meaning? Did it look to them like something that was unique? Did it look to them like something that they just had no idea what it was, and it's just 100% curiosity, right? Phase 2, onboarding. So this is the second phase of the journey. This is when they've discovered it, they've approached a lodge, and now they are becoming a Mason, and they're becoming familiar with the rules, structures, and mechanics of a Masonic lodge or body. So the equivalent would be like in a game, you discover the game. Let's say you're at a coffee shop and they've got board games. You see a board game, you pull it out. That's the discovery phase. Then you open up the game and you start to you start to read the rules, and you start to do some practice games just to get used to the rules. That is part 2, onboarding. So in Freemasonry, it's you join and you've now joined, and now you're learning the rules and mechanics of the lodge. Chef James, Chef, thank you so much for joining us. Actually, Chef, I want to talk to you. I am going to be coming to Chatham tomorrow for your SW night. Is it possible if I could steal a ride from somebody from the train station and back to the train station? I can let you know when I'll be in the chat. And thank you so much for joining. Please hit that like and subscribe button. So in this phase, the user is moving from applicant to member. It is necessary during this phase for the Masonic lodge or body of which he is a member to familiarize the member both with the rules and structures of Freemasonry and why those rules and structures exist. Sometimes the why needs to be expressed in words, and sometimes actions will suffice. Right? What that means is, again, it's if you're joining and you can be told Freemasonry supports its brothers, that's great. But if you see the actions of one brother helping another or picking another brother up, that is even more important. The answer to the riddle is, I'm not sure what the answer to the riddle is. I like riddles though. The third phase of a user's journey is the phase in which the now member uses all the rules and structures he learned about in the onboarding phase to try to reach as many win states as possible, win state otherwise known as a place of achievement. So you have learned about the rules, you've read the Constitution, you've read the lodge bylaws, you know how a lodge works and functions. Now you use that knowledge to advance through the degrees and to advance through the officers to become the worshipful master, and then you use those tools, knowledge, and skills to be a worshipful master. So this is supposedly where the most fun should happen. So to use the board game analogy, you've discovered the board game, you've read and learned the rules, and now you're playing the game with the goal of success, winning the game. So this is the most fun part of the game, right? It's where you in Freemasonry, it's where you will be around most regularly. It's where you'll be around most often. It's where you will be doing the most work because you're constantly trying to advance, use what you've learned to advance in Freemasonry. Right? So what is the motivation for a user to come back and do the exact same thing over and over again? So what is the motivation for the Mason to come back? What is the motivation to come back to lodge week after week, month after month, to take part in these meetings? And again, though, what the motivation is, what the core drive is going to be one of those 8. But within that 8 is advancing to get as many win states. So that could mean as many offices as possible. Phase 4, the end game. The end game is the phase in which the users feel they've done everything there is to do. What's next? This is equivalent to a past master who no longer engages with Freemasonry because he feels he has done everything he can do. I was the worshipful master, now I'm out of the chair. What do I do now? Not spending enough time thinking about this is last phase is a gigantic mistake. If Freemasonry does not find a way to keep its past masters engaged, while at the same time allowing them to remove the empowerment, but at the same time not allowing them to remove the empowerment and autonomy from new members, then a wealth of knowledge will be lost, and these past masters disengage. So this is such a huge trick, right? Because it's like, okay, you're at the end game. You've achieved all you wanted to achieve in Freemasonry. What keeps you coming back? What keeps you engaged at that point? And how do we keep the past masters engaged without allowing them to be so engaged that they start to take away the autonomy from newer members? And that is the trick that has to be found. But again, the core drive is going to be different throughout a journey, right? At the start, an application may be driven by curiosity. That's what's motivating that application. Then they join, the core drive may be rewards and achievements. They want to achieve the degrees. Then for a little while, that core drive may become some type of combination of fear of loss. They don't want to lose the offices that they've achieved, combined with epic meaning. But then after that, you've done all you think you can do. What is the next core drive? You know? And again, it could go back to curiosity or to scarcity, fear of losing out. Because maybe, again, you start to do a project where every meeting you have a different delicious meal, different delicious refreshment. And because of that past master, maybe he feels he's accomplished all he can accomplish, but he still wants to go to lodge because he wants that delicious meal, and he's driven to go to lodge and engage because he doesn't want to lose out on a delicious meal after lodge. So the drives will change. It's not always going to be the same thing, and that's something you need to keep in mind. The motivations or drives that cause a member to be engaged will vary both between members and throughout a Masonic career. Understanding these motivations and drives will help Freemasonry increase the engagement amongst its membership. Increasing engagement amongst membership is vital to and for the future of Freemasonry. I have the links here. Note a huge thank you to Raised Eyebrow, a regular audience member of the Square and Compass live streams, Monday to Friday, for suggesting this content and idea. He was the one who suggested this. Thank you, Raised Eyebrow. So I hope everybody enjoyed that. Let me know what you thought of it. For another poll question, actually, I think what I'm going to do is actually, Cameron, strange that you mentioned curiosity because that's what's driven me to petition, despite my grandfather being a Freemason himself. Well, I think curiosity is what drives most people at the start, to be honest. Even having family members, it's like part of that is going to be, what was my dad up to? What was my grandfather up to? What was my great grandfather up to? You know what I mean? So I don't think it's surprising at all that that would be a driving factor for you. Nicholas, Courtney, these two are failing and Canada's fighting back. Everything is going to be fine, Nicholas. Stop worrying so much. Which of these four drives motivates you? So the riddle, nothing. The riddle is, what is greater than God, more evil than the devil? Rich people want it and poor people have it. And if you eat it, you will die. The answer is nothing. I've heard that one a few times. All right. Let me know in the chat. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, I've heard that one. I've heard that one before. Don't worry. That was on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which, by the way, one of the best kids horror shows of all time. Maybe the best kids horror show of all time. In my humble opinion. I absolutely adored. I remember as a kid watching Are You Afraid of the Dark? I remember as I was a kid, there was this one babysitter I had, and sorry, Dad, I'm going to spill the beans. But I used to love it when she'd babysit me because she would let me stay up past my bedtime. My bedtime was supposed to be 9, and she would let me stay up till 9:30 so I could watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? So she was a good babysitter. So I forget her name, but I always remembered that. It's funny the weird things you remember over time. Actually, speaking of motivating factors, one interesting motivating factor. I remember, I don't know what this kind of says about me as a kid, but I remember when I had this one babysitter and her and I played a game of tag around the house. Like she would chase me and we'd play tag or whatever it is. I remember, so I went to sleep, and then the next morning when I woke up, my parents were there, but she had written me a note. And I didn't keep the note. I have no idea where it is, but she wrote me this note and she said, "You are the best player of tag ever." And I was like 7 at the time. But I still, to this day, I'm 41 now. I remember that and how much that note meant to me. So maybe that's an example of some type of motivation, reward and accomplishment, I suppose. Right? It doesn't have to be a big reward, but just that little thing of getting that note made me feel really good. So yeah. That's an interesting example of this motivation factor. I love how one thing can lead to something so unexpected. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 1000%. And that's the curiosity aspect of it too, right? What will this thing lead to? And unpredictability. We didn't really talk about that, but that was part of the core drive, unpredictability and curiosity. Because if something is predictable, you're not going to be curious about it if you can predict what's going to happen. So that unpredictability is related to curiosity. And again, I think people who are curious will probably likely have a level of comfort with unpredictability. And that will drive them. Whereas my suspicion is people who are driven more by fear of missing out are probably very put off by unpredictability. They would probably prefer a more predictable, something to be more predictable. Something that is unpredictable will be disengaging for them. Something that they know the consequences of and know what they have to do will be engaging for them. And that's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it offers both. It has the predictability of ritual, the predictability of an opening and a closing, and that's the same every meeting. But you can also then, so you give that to those people to motivate them or drive them. But then for the people driven by unpredictability and curiosity, you make sure that every meeting you have a different type of educational program or different, something unpredictable and unexpected that will be exciting and unique. So you are able to provide both for people at the same time. That seems to me to be a very uh, special thing. I think that works well. High altitude investing. Hey, brother. Hey, high altitude investing. How's it going? Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you will take a moment and please hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. And thank you so much for being here. Let me know, Master Mason from Vernal, Utah. Okay, well, welcome. Thank you so much for being. I think you've been on here before, if I recall correctly. If I'm wrong, let me know. But thank you so much for being here. Already subbed, perfect. Cameron, these are the perfect core drives because when one has achieved all aspects for Masonry, that individual will still have those attributes to apply a life. Absolutely. No, understanding what motivates you is a big deal. So high altitude investing. I've been talking today about the gamification of Freemasonry as a way to potentially encourage more membership engagement. I don't know how much of this video you saw so far, but let me know what you maybe thought of the idea. I can share some resources with you regarding this, but it's the way to look at drives. Okay, so basically, I don't want to chew my food twice, but I'll go through it quickly. Basically, it's this idea of figuring out what drives or motivates membership to be engaged, and then crafting the Masonic experience to fulfill those drives. So, for example, if somebody is driven by development and accomplishment, what type of development can you provide to them? What type of rewards can you provide to them so they are going to feel like they are developing and accomplishing things? If someone is driven by an epic meaning or calling, what type of meaning can you teach them about Freemasonry or show them about Freemasonry to make them recognize the meaning and calling of it and feel that by being part of Freemasonry or being engaged in Freemasonry, they're engaged in something bigger than themselves? I hope that that makes sense. What ideas do you have for increasing membership? Well, so that's super interesting. High altitude. So I talked about this actually in what I just wrote. So I'm going to answer your question, I promise. I do just want to say, though, quickly, I personally think one of the mistakes we've made in Freemasonry recently, and I'm speaking in really worldwide almost, but certainly in North America, is we've placed too much of an emphasis on trying to increase membership and not enough of an emphasis on trying to increase the engagement amongst the members we already have. So, in a lodge that has 100 people where you regularly see 20 show up, I'd be much more concerned about what is going on with those other 80 members rather than trying to just bring in new members or bring in new members. Having said that, I do understand membership is important and increasing membership numbers is important. I think part of that again goes to this idea of the gamification of Freemasonry. So you gamify the application process. You figure out what are the drives or the motivations that will encourage people to apply. And then you craft your online services, your communications with the public with those drives in mind. So you craft certain communications that emphasize the epic meaning and calling of being a Freemason. What does it mean to be a Freemason? Or what you can accomplish as a Freemason? Or what you um, the creativity aspect, what Freemasonry allows you to do, or taking ownership of your Masonic journey, or just a curiosity. I one of the best campaigns for Freemasonry might just be a square and compasses with a thing on the bottom that says curious, and they click on that, and then it takes them to a link to a Masonic page. Just getting that curiosity, I think, can be a very, very powerful drive, as well as being careful. Sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it's not. Making sure that there is a certain element of scarcity to Freemasonry. If anybody and everybody can join, and it's super easy to join, the irony is you may see a short-term increase in membership, but you'll see a long-term dip, right? Because it's going to seem like anybody can do it, so it's not going to seem scarce. And for some people, scarcity can be a major drive. So I really think those are it. And then the other thing is just increase the relevance of Freemasonry in the community. Be more visible, be more active, get our buildings more active, get people in our buildings, get people seeing our buildings, get people seeing us in the community. Like, we need to be relevant. People need to care whether or not there's a Masonic lodge. Because if, 500 people care whether or not there exists a Masonic lodge in their town, then of that 500, maybe 50 will be interested in joining, and maybe 10 will actually apply. But if 100 people care about the Masonic lodge in the community, then of that, maybe 10 will be interested in joining, and 1 will actually join. So there you go. My core drive, I've got a couple. There's 8. So these are the first 4. I can only do 4 at a time. I'm going to do the other 4 next. My core drive is 1, 2, and you'll see it in a second, curiosity, which is core drive 5, if I recall correctly. Epic meaning and calling. I want to be part of something bigger than myself. I want to care about people. I want to help people. 2, I want to accomplish things. I want to be able to say I'm accomplishing things. And curiosity. I want to know more. I want to know what's going on. So high altitude investing, I don't know if you answered the poll question, but if you did, let me know which of the 4 drives I've got motivates you. And I'm going to do another 4 in a second. And if none, then that's okay too. Let me know that. High altitude investing, I'm also hoping I can ask you a favor. I'm asking everybody this. If you can head over at some point to my Patreon, Square and Compass, patreon.com/Square and Compass, sign up. You can sign up for free. Don't have to pay anything. And you can be, you can join our membership. You get certain perks, even at the free level, and you'll be entered into another contest that I'm holding in the coming month. So I'm hoping you can do that. The more patrons I get, the more people will find Square and Compass. Development and accomplishment. Okay, so number 2. Very cool. CD. Hey, Cameron. Hey, all. Thank you so much, CD, for joining. It's great to have you back. I hope you're enjoying your President's Day. We were just talking about it's more than a game, gamification and Freemasonry. I'll share the link if you want to check out this article after. I hope you will. But I hope everybody's doing well. And as I was saying, I hope that you guys won't forget. I'm really loving this little community we got going on here. It's great to see people joining and hanging out. I will be on, and that's awesome, CD. It's when I join, or jump on here, I really love the fact that I get you and Courtney and my pops and Core and all joining. It's really special little group I feel like we've got. If you don't mind staying up late on, I guess technically I always say Saturday midnight, but I guess it's Sunday midnight at 12 a.m. this weekend, I'm going to be doing a live stream watch along on my personal YouTube channel. I'll share the link for it later, but we'll be watching the movie Bug from 2006, one of my favorite movies. I love it. I think it's very prescient and very underrated, and it's free on Tubi. So we're going to do a watch along movie just for fun. I did one last weekend. I loved it. So we'll do another one this weekend, and it'll be great. Let me know. Have you noticed people wanting more Masonic education about symbols and how they apply to our conduct as Masons than they're getting in Lodge? I'm trying to think how to answer that. Like, so the short answer, high altitude, is yes, but I don't know. Oh, how do I explain this? I don't know how legitimate they are when how do I put this? So I've definitely heard from a lot of people a desire for more Masonic education in general, including but not limited to symbols. Um, and certainly many Grand Lodges are pushing for more Masonic education at meetings. I suspect, whether or not they know it, it's out of a desire for um, to tap into core drive, if I recall correctly, to the core drive of curiosity. You're going to do Masonic education that will pique or drive people's curiosity. They'll be more likely to engage, by which I mean to show up at lodge. So I'm definitely seeing more desire for it. Um, but I'm not sure how much of that they actually want in the lodge versus they just want in general. Are they looking just for that education from podcasts? Are they looking for that education from live streams? Right. And I think that is an interesting trick. And that goes to this idea of white hat versus black hat categories of motivation, which we talked about. This idea of people want the education, but they want it at their own time. So if they know, for example, there will be some type of education on YouTube that's available for them at any time, that may in some ways demotivate them to go to lodge because they know that that education is available at any, they don't need to go to lodge for it. So that's why you kind of need lodges need to provide that education, but they also need to provide education that maybe can't be provided anywhere else. The obvious way to do that is to focus on the esoteric or private aspects of the ritual. So there are things I can talk about here on YouTube, but there are things I would do an education in lodge that I couldn't talk about on here because they would be revealing secrets. So the education in a Masonic lodge needs to be of such a nature that it can't be found anywhere else. That's creating that scarcity drive. It's like, yeah, I can go online on YouTube and get some education, but if I want specifically esoteric education about symbols and things that the public shouldn't know, that's a scarce resource. I can't get that anywhere. I need to go to lodge for that. If that makes any sense. Um, But yeah, I've definitely noticed this has been for the last several years. I've definitely noticed a significant increase in a desire for Masonic education across the board and a desire for Masonic education for people who aren't even Masons, for people who just are curious about it in general. They don't necessarily even want to join. They just want to, learn more about the craft, which I say great, you know. I'm happy to talk about it. It's my favorite thing to talk about. So we have got, let's see, 8 votes. Which of these 4 drives motivates you? Um, epic meaning and calling, development and accomplishment, empowerment and creativity. So it looks like it's 3 for epic meaning and calling, 2 for development and accomplishment, 3 for empowerment and creativity. So far, 0 for ownership and possession, which is interesting. In some ways, numbers being down could be good because people see it as being scarce, as you said. Kind of, but it's not the right type of scarcity. Could increase membership long term. So how do so scarcity would be member. So it depends why numbers are down. So if scarcity would be numbers are down because Freemasonry is very exclusive and turns away a lot of applicants. That would be an example of the scarcity drive versus numbers are down because people aren't interested in joining. That is the wrong type of scarcity, right? And that is not what you want to look for. And so we have to find, it's a very tricky balance because I don't believe this is the case in some jurisdictions. I don't believe it's right. Um, uh, some jurisdictions of Freemasonry really emphasize and focus on this idea of exclusivity, and Freemasons are special people, or are exclusively for rich people or powerful people. I've always hated that, and I think that that's wrong, and I think exclusivity of that nature is wrong. But rather, I do think there is a potential benefit to scarcity in the sense of Freemasonry is for good people, is for good men, is for good people, because there's women Freemasonry as well. And if the scarcity comes from that, from saying we don't let anybody in, we let, good people in, and then you have to define good people, and that gets tricky. That's a helpful type of scarcity. So it could increase membership long term, absolutely. But they need to see the scarcity as being a scarcity based on quality of the person and not scarcity based on how much money someone has or something like that, or even this danger of people saying, you know, there's few members because people aren't interested. That's the wrong type of scarcity. Um, and famously, this again, everything here can be used for good or bad. The core drive of scarcity has been used by scam artists. For example, I think Bernie Madoff famously said, when people came to him and he was running a scam and asked if they could join, invest in his firm, he would famously tell people no at the start, even though he's a scammer. He wants people's money because he was trying to create a false sense of scarcity, right? It's like, oh, not everybody can be part of this. So these drives can also be used by scammers, which is a good thing to keep in mind. I mean, certainly we've seen Masonic scammers use these drives for enticing applications, especially Core Drive 1, Epic Meaning and Calling, right? How many times have you, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, I can speak for me, received a message from like the Illuminati saying, you can be part of the Illuminati. It's super special and you'll be part of this really epic call to save the world and blah, blah, blah. And you're on a mission, from God or something. That is trying to drive involvement through Core Drive 1, right? Um, FOMO, the last core drive, the core drive of fear of loss or avoidance. That's a classic scam approach to say, you need to send me $500 or you're going to lose out on whatever it is. You're going to lose out on, you're going to go to jail. You want to avoid going to jail. You need to send me $500 to this account because I work for the CRA or something. And obviously it's nonsense, right? The account is, but if I get a phone call, and especially if I'm older, maybe a little bit more scared sometimes, and I get a phone call from someone who claims to be from the Canada Revenue Agency or IRS, and they tell me, you need to send us $500 to avoid going to jail. That might be very motivating under Core Drive 8, wanting to avoid going to jail. So you need to also remember that these core drives can be used for good, increasing Masonic membership, or for evil, increasing Illuminati scammers memberships, or just allowing scammers in general to screw people. So got to keep that in mind as well and be very careful. What do you think about there being only 35% belief in God in my generation? No worries. I mean, I always do typos, high altitude, so zero worries. That is a really good question. And to be honest, I haven't thought about it much. But obviously, as we always point out, one of the key requirements to be a Freemason is a belief in a supreme being. Now, The question I would have is that only 35% belief in God. How is, when people are asked that question in your generation, is there any definition of God provided? Right? So, for example, is there an implication, understanding that by God, they're speaking specifically of Christian faith and the Christian God and Jesus? Is there an understanding that God is a reference to any number of faiths? It could include Muslim, Jewish, or um, is is it a belief in like a supreme being where God doesn't mean any one particular faith calling or faith belief, right? I'd be very curious to know about that because that will change things a little bit, but absolutely there's an effect on Freemasonry's numbers, especially if a Masonic lodge is holding fast and true to this idea of needing to believe in a supreme being, and they are being very limited, shall we say, with or narrow in how they define supreme being and are requiring it to be a god as we would understand it, a particular faith and not just spiritualism or spirituality, then that might absolutely affect numbers. And also, as if you do not believe in God, one of the things you may also not believe in is things like group organizations, like churches. Freemasonry is not a church. Freemasonry is not a religion, but there may be crossover, spillover in the sense that if you feel like you don't need a church community, you may also feel like you don't need a fraternal community or any type of community. So let me know if that made sense as well. Once again, please, if you're just joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I got some chips I'm going to eat, but they're low salt. I'm doing my job, doctor, so leave me alone. And let me know, again, what it is that you guys want to talk about in high altitude investing. Thank you so much for the questions. I really do appreciate them. That religious one, that God one, I'm going to have to check in on this more because there's probably something there that I never even thought of. So, very good question. And please, thank you so much. And please don't forget, high altitude, head to Patreon. Patreon.com/growing compass and sign up for our Patreon. You can even do so for free. Don't need to pay anything. And you become a member, and that will help other people find it. And also, I hope you enjoy written content on Medium. Share the link there for the most recent thing we wrote. All right, I'm going to end this poll. Looks like, which of these 4 drives motivates you? Epic, meaning, and calling, 38%. True development and accomplishment, 38%. Empowerment and creativity, 25%. Ownership and possession, 0%. All right, I'm going to switch it up to a new poll question now. Same thing, but different for core drives. And there may be a situation where more than one of these core drives motivates you. But pick the one that motivates you the most. Like for me, there were a couple in there that motivated me, but the one that motivated me the most in the previous question would have been, our previous poll would have been number 1, epic meaning. Epic meaning and calling. And then accomplishment would have been a second. So just give me a couple seconds. What made you first want to be Freemason? I will answer you in just one question. I promise. I just need to add this next poll question in. Oops. If I could write this poll question, I got to do the next 4 core drives. Oops. one more. Let's see if I can get it. Starting the poll. All right, next question. Which of these 4 drives motivate you? So that's the next one. Social influence and relatedness, scarcity or impatience, unpredictability or curiosity, or loss and avoidance. Oh, I never rush. Don't worry, how to investing. It's funny you say no rush. I did a podcast live stream a few weeks ago where we're talking about the Chinese zodiac, because it was Chinese New Year, and what Freemasons were doing for the Chinese New Year. But we talked about the Chinese zodiac, and apparently, so the Chinese zodiac, all the animals are in a certain order. And the way that order was determined is the emperor, the sun god, actually not the emperor, sorry, the sun god gathered all the animals of the zodiac together and said, we're going to have a race tomorrow. And whatever order you come in the race, that's the order you'll be in the zodiac. And my Chinese zodiac animal is the pig. And of course, the pig came last in the race. And the reason the pig came last in the race is because in the middle of the race, he stopped to take a nap and have a meal. And I said, that is the perfect animal for me. So it is no wonder I'm the pig, because I never rush, and I would definitely stop for a meal and a nap in the middle of a race. Interesting. Which of these 4 drives motivates you? 7, unpredictability and curiosity. 2 votes for that one. 6, scarcity or impatience. 1 vote for that one. Okay. So it looks like 7 right now is in the lead. 7 would be mine as well. But Courtney's saying number 2, scarcity or impatience. There you go. So what first made you want to become a Freemason? So I always assumed I would be a Freemason because my dad was a Freemason. You don't need to have family that is Masonic to join. I don't want people to think that. But for me, just because I grew up with it and grew up around it, I always assumed I would join. And so that's what made me first want to. And then what made me first want to join in Windsor is I realized I'd be staying in Windsor for at least a couple of years. And I just wheeled across the Masonic building, which is, again, why Masonic buildings should be labeled as such. There has been some concern that some people say you shouldn't label your Masonic buildings because of people attacking them or setting them on fire. And you know what? That's always a risk. But have security cameras, have security, have insurance, and then you just kind of have to take that risk, because honestly, if you don't label your buildings, then it's very likely that people will, like, even if they're interested, will forget. It goes back to this core drive, right? It's like, maybe you're kind of interested in Freemasonry for whatever reason, or you've heard about it or whatever, it's on your mind. You might forget about it. But if you happen to drive by or walk by the Masonic building and you see you see the name Masonic, you see the square and compasses, that will, reignite that drive of curiosity, and suddenly you're more than likely to actually uh, get in touch. So that's kind of the way it worked for me. But again, I speak only for myself, or I speak for myself. I've been a Mason since 2007. And so I don't know everything. I just can talk about my experiences, but I will go back to the one thing I mentioned just now. If one of the core drives you're trying to ignite in people and applicants, especially, is curiosity, then you need to have your building marked. And yes, there's the risk of violence and vandalism. There was in BC a gentleman who unfortunately sent 3 set 3 Masonic buildings on fire in the Vancouver area. 2 were completely damaged. 1 was put out in time, thank God. Knock on wood, it never happens again. And again, that sucks, and that is a risk of labeling your buildings. But if you don't label them, you are missing out on opportunity to ignite that drive. So to me, it's like you just take the risk, and what you do is you again, you have security cameras, you have insurance, and you practice safe and intelligent practices as much as you can. Actually, so sorry though, Chef. I don't know what your email is. What I'll do is I'm sure I have it, to be honest. I just can't think of it now. If you could send me an email, info@squareandcompass.ca, or get in touch with me through the contact form on my website. I would much appreciate it. I'll get back to you, but I will be there tomorrow in Chatham. I can't wait. I forget what time I get in now. Actually, let me double check. To anybody, by the way, who has any type of, I know there's some people, I can't think what the word is, but they hate the sound of like chewing. If the microphone is picking up my chewing sound, then I'm very sorry. I don't know what the word is again, but I hope it's not picking up too bad. It's not my fault. Chips are crunchy. Let's see. I will. So I actually arrive pretty early. I arrive at 2:30, but I can spend the day hanging around. I'm not sure. There's different places to go in Chatham, so I can meet somebody somewhere, and then I depart at like 11 o'clock that night. 7, unpredictability and curiosity. 6, scarcity or impatience. Interesting. So 5 votes. Looks like 4 for unpredictability and curiosity, and 1, 2. I actually think it's 3-2. 3 for unpredictability and curiosity. 2 for scarcity and impatience. We'll keep this going for another 15 minutes, and then we will jump on to some different topics where, once again, we can kind of talk about anything we want. Do we get an I voted button? Scott Cooley, welcome, Scott. I'm not sure if you've been on these streams before. I kind of think I recognize your name, but if you haven't, welcome. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. You don't, but I'll give you here. If you voted, I'll give you one of the celebration emojis. Everybody who voted or who wants to vote, start hitting that celebration emoji. What is one of your favorite books about Freemasonry? St. Andrews. I'm the chubby, nerdy one. I love St. Andrews. Also, never call yourself nerdy because, I'm trying to think of how you look. Chubby, nerdy. Nothing is wrong with being nerdy. I am a massive nerd, and I am proud of it. My nerddom goes more towards scary movies. Ask me anything about Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, Friday the 13th, Children of the Corn, Hellraiser. I can talk to you guys for hours about that stuff. I'm also a big nerd about Freemasonry, so nothing is wrong with being a nerd, and nothing's wrong with being chubby because, as my, I got some stomach on me, so being a nerd is awesome, and highly underrated. No worries on my end, Cameron sent. Thank you so much, Chef. Maybe what I'll do is, because I'm getting there kind of early, I will hang out at the maybe I'll head to your restaurant. The food was always delicious. And I have to so for tomorrow's live stream, it's going to be incredibly short because I will be traveling to Chatham, but I am going to make sure I go on at 1. It's going to be a live stream via the Via Rail. So check that out. But welcome, Scott. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. And I hope that you are doing well. And let me know if you voted, what your drive might be. I was talking today, and Scott, I'd love to know your opinion as a Mason and a brother, what your thoughts are on the idea of Masonic engagement and attempting to drive engagement through learning about people's motivations or their core drives. Are they driven by social influence, scarcity, unpredictability, loss and avoidance? The other four, I'll share with you because you're just joining us. This Medium link, which I hope you will follow us on Medium. I'm going to give this another 5 minutes, and then we will do another poll. Or actually, then we'll end this poll, and then I'm going to switch over and just talk about kind of one more time whatever it is that people want to chat about. Maybe do some more of these poll questions once again about Masonic presidents, because as everybody may know, today is President's Day of the United States, or lodge or anything for Family Day or any of that good stuff. And people can also let me know how you guys are surviving out there. If you're from Windsor, it is freezing outside at the moment. But that's okay. You know what? A little bit of cold is not so bad. There's this guy, whenever I pass by, it's funny, whenever I pass by my I was going to say neighbors, the next apartment complex over to me, there's this guy, and every time I would see him over the last like 2 months, he would always tell me, it's really cold out. It's really cold out. And I would always respond, the cold is not so bad. Being from Winnipeg, right? So that was always my response. And so lately, whenever I pass by his apartment complex, he always looks out his balcony and he yells at me, the cold's not so bad. The cold's not so bad. So he's taken I told him, you're stealing my lines. But that's okay. So Abraham Lincoln was not a Freemason. Many people think he was, but he's actually not. George Washington was a Freemason. So George Washington had the distinction of being both the first president and the first Masonic president, did George Washington. But Abraham Lincoln was not. There's actually 16 Masonic presidents. Oh my gosh, I'm curious now. Let's see if I can do this, because we've been talking about this for so long. Let's see if I can do the list without looking at it. I'm gonna type it in. Okay, let's see without looking at it. No, not at all. I appreciate the questions, High Altitude. Cameron, what would you say the perfect meaning of the rough and perfect ashlar? I will answer that question for you in 2 minutes, Courtney. Let me see. Okay. George, let's go backwards. I can do it backwards rather than forwards. Joe Biden, most recent, a Masonic president. Joe Biden, Gerald Ford, LBJ, Dwight Eisenhower, Harry Truman, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, William Taft, aka Fatty from The West Wing, if you know the reference. Not fat shaming anybody. That's a joke from a TV show I like. George Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, Andrew Jackson, William McKinley, Andrew Johnson, Andrew Jackson. Okay, that's 13. All right, I got 13. I did my best. Let's go actually through the list. I'll go from the reverse order. George Washington, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, James Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Taft, Warren Harding, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, Gerald Ford, and Joe Biden. And also, I'll just mention that Bill Clinton was a member of D Mole, which is a Masonic youth group, though he did not become a Mason. He was a member of the youth group. And Ronald Reagan received honorary Scottish Rite and Shrine membership and a certificate from the Washington, D.C. Masons honoring his service to the country as being Masonic in principle. But he was never made a Mason. So there you go. That was the end. There's no such thing as a basic question. I appreciate the questions. Yeah, I've talked a lot about that history. There's been some really cool stuff. I'll give you the interesting piece of trivia, and then Courtney, I haven't forgotten about you, I promise. Interesting piece of trivia. Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, his Master Mason ceremony, raising, was so well attended by Masons, obviously, so well attended that they had to actually carry him above their heads into the lodge room because there was no way he could physically fit through the people to get into the lodge room to receive his third degree, to be raised. And the reason for that probably was because he was a sitting vice president when he received his third degree. So obviously that's going to be a pretty big moment. Scott, I'll get to your question in just 1 second. Courtney, to me, the meaning of a rough ash and perfect ashlar represents our constant efforts to build ourselves and improve ourselves into better people. We're never done the work, but if you want to view us as our natural state is that of rough and unworked stone, then metaphorically, we are working on ourselves to make ourselves square and perfect in the same sense. Could someone who received honorary membership attend meetings? That has become, Scott, a very, very hot topic recently. So we have to be really careful how we define this here. So we have to. Oh my gosh. We have to start with what is an honorary membership. So, for example, and this is actually something a lot of lodges are turning away from, including Grand Lodges for various reasons. Let's say, I don't want to use like any one particular lodge. I don't like make it sound like I'm calling any lodges out. So let's say I join St. John's Lodge 1. And so I'm a member of St. John's Lodge. And let's say there happens to be another Masonic lodge close by, which I visit regularly. They could, if they so desired, make me an honorary member of whatever lodge I'm visiting, Mark's Lodge. They could make me an honorary member of that lodge. But in that case, I've already received my 3 degrees in my mother lodge. Really, the purpose behind giving me an honorary membership in that case is to allow me to not have to pay dues, really, is what it is. Or at least to not have to pay an initiation fee or an affiliation fee. I don't have to pay the affiliation fee. They allow me to become a member. And they would do this if maybe I did something to help out the lodge, or they just like me, or maybe they want to increase their numbers, whatever it might be. So there's that type of honorary membership. But then there is, I think, what you're talking about, which is an honorary membership given to a member of the public or somebody, whatever, somebody distinguished, where they haven't gone through any of the degrees, they haven't received any formal teachings. They're I don't want to say just, but they're given a certificate that says, you're an honorary member. And the reason that has become a very big deal recently is because On January 19th, so one day before his final day in office, the South Carolina Prince Hall Masons and the Grand Master gave President Joe Biden a certificate that said he was, being given Master Mason membership. And you could argue that that is an honorary membership. I don't know. And honestly, there's a lot of debate amongst Masonic circles, and I don't think anybody truly knows the answer to this, whether he could or could not attend meetings. In my opinion, based on my understanding of it, he could attend any meeting, even though he wouldn't know the password and password. He'd have to be given all that stuff afterwards. He could attend any meeting so long as where he's going, that meeting is recognized or in the jurisdiction he received the membership in. So, for example, and I'll just say it, President Biden, if you're out there watching this for some reason, in front of the 5 people watching this, and you come to Windsor, I will take you on a tour of our Masonic building. I will call you brother, but he would not be able to sit in one of our lodge meetings because the Grand Lodge of Canada and Ontario, our Grand Lodge, doesn't recognize Prince Hall, South Carolina Masons. So we don't have what's called mutual recognition. So he couldn't sit in a meeting with us, but President Biden could sit in a meeting in South Carolina, any of the Prince Hall lodges, or any other Prince Hall affiliate lodge, FNAM, that recognizes South Carolina. So, but there is much debate and discussion on that. There are even some people who would say Joe Biden is not truly a member or not truly a Mason because it's not possible to give Masonic membership on site. It's called to give basically what would be an honorary membership. Really, you wouldn't even use the term honorary membership to describe what Joe Biden received. You'd say he received membership on site, right? Whereas Ronald Reagan, when he was given his certificate of, honor by the Masons of DC, he was never given a certificate that said he was a Master Mason. It just said, presented to the Masons for honorary service. Now, he was given honorary membership in Scottish Rite, but again, I have no idea what that actually means. I can't imagine he'd be able to attend a meeting because you have to be first, pass all 3 degrees before you can be a Scottish Rite. So it gets really complicated, right, Scott? One thing I'll say, and this is something I've learned through my years, is when you first join, you think it's simple and everybody knows the rules, and it can get very, very complicated. 99% of the time, none of this stuff matters. 99% of the time, honestly, it is super simple, but I may say 90% of the time, but 10% of the time, it gets complicated and people don't always know what the answers are. And honestly, I don't always know what the answers are either. That's why I love talking about it. One of the most fun things that you can do in that scenario, though, is try to think about it. And there might come a point where there's some type of Masonic jurisprudence about this. So I read Don King was declared a Mason at site years ago. I don't know. He could have been. I mean, it's possible. I've never heard that. But again, there is some people who would question whether or not Mason at site is even a real thing, or is really would result in that jurisdiction being clandestine. I find it fascinating, though. So the way I described it, right, is when I'm listing Masonic presidents, I include Joe Biden in that list. Even if Joe Biden turned around and said, I don't want this membership, he can do that, and he can, in theory, that'd be like taking a demit, but he was still made a member who just then took a demit, right? So he was still, even if he was still a member for 5 minutes until he said, I don't want to be a member, still a member for that time. And he certainly accepted the certificate. The rough ash has helped me tremendously in being patient with myself as I improve. I now see it as a lifelong process rather than feeling the need to become the person I want to be all at once. Yes, I 100% agree with that. Patience is so important. I was talking with Stoic Dan yesterday. We talked about Stoicism and its connections to Freemasonry. We talked about the 4 cardinal virtues, which are also Stoic virtues. One of them being prudence, which is another word for caution or patience. Being patient, not rushing willy-nilly into things without being prepared. Thank you, Courtney, and thank you as always for being here. Truly, truly appreciate it. I'm not sure why not. Actually, I just got the email from Try. Hold on just one second. Let me check. Did it come back to you saying I'm not sure why that would be. Try all right, let me see. Give me 1 second. Let's see what's happening here. Let's see if I can figure this out. All right, let me try this one. Maybe try going here and contact me through the contact page. Let's see if that works. And if it doesn't, and if you're comfortable, maybe you can put your email in the chat and I'll try to contact you. But try this one first, see if it works. And I appreciate you emailing me very much. All right, so which of these 4 drives motivates you? 5 votes, 6 scarcity or patience, 7 unpredictability, curiosity. We're still looks like 7 unpredictability, curiosity has won. So we're going to end the poll there. So please do not forget, like I was saying, check us out on Patreon. Check us out on all of our different sites. And now this is the kind of the really fun part of the day where we get to just hang out. So anything you guys want to talk about, please let me know. I found some other really interesting things. Maybe I'll share something in just 1 second. So I will check in a couple. I promise I'll check before the stream is over. I do stream high altitude every day, Monday through Friday, I should say, 1 p.m. Eastern. I do want to see something. Okay, so this is from Manitoba. While we wait for some more contacts. So I've been saying for a while, and I still believe this truly, Freemasons have a responsibility to care for each other, to care for our health and our well-being. I think that's actually a response. I think to live in society, honestly, you have that responsibility. That doesn't mean being perfect. God knows I am not perfect when it comes to my health, but I do try, like the perfect Ashler, right? Go from rough to being perfect. I do try my best, and I'm getting better, which is all that matters. So I was looking at stuff online, and I found this: Getting Healthy Doctors Manitoba. Getting healthy starts by pushing the incredibly fantastic button of positive change. So I'm going to push this because I really want to see what this actually means. I want to know what this button does. Improving your health starts with pushing a button. Fill out information for a chance to win some fantastic prizes. I would go to Churchill. All right, I'm going to do this. Let's see what happens. What are you going to push to get healthy this winter? Check off one or more options below. All right, definitely eating healthy. That is without question my biggest red flag, or my biggest weakness is I am the worst when it comes to eating healthy. I try my best, but they just have always been a bad habit. So we're gonna go with eating healthy. Number one, I'm pretty active. I take pride in exercising a lot. Getting better sleep. Sleep has always been kind of a challenge for me because I'm like a night owl. I don't know if anybody else is, but I have a bad habit of staying up super late and then being tired. So um, I am doing a lot better about following doctor's orders. So I am going to cheat a little bit. I have lived in Manitoba for years. My dad is a Manitoba resident. So shh, no one say anything. I'm just curious what this actually is. Cameron, is it possible to bring Masonic charges on a Freemason that's outside his jurisdiction? So I could not bring Masonic charges against a Mason in, say, Texas. But if if I knew of a Mason in Texas doing something wrong, or had screwed me over somehow, or done something Masonically wrong, I could contact his lodge, technically his junior warden, and ask the junior warden to bring charges about what happened and explain. Okay. Looks like share how you're getting healthy this winter for bonus entries. Oh, so you got to how you improve your health this month. All right, so I got to think. Maybe I'll do this with some people for tomorrow. Actually, we'll go through these. Share on social. Okay, you know what? I think tomorrow that maybe what I'll getting healthy app, because I don't know a lot about it yet. I'm just learning about it, but it looks like a digital accountability buddy and support system. Yeah, that is what it looks like. So that might be a fun thing to deal with tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do tomorrow. Is I will maybe go through that together, because once again, as I said, I truly do believe that we have the responsibility to take care of our health. Actually, it looks like high altitude. I did get your email. Let me just see. Thank you so much. I got your email. I will actually add you to my email list as well, so you can keep up to date with what's happening here in Windsor and Square and Compass. And I would absolutely love to get the chance to be in Utah. I unfortunately have never really been to Utah. I passed through Utah. Um, I took the California Zephyr once upon a time from Utah, from um, um, San Francisco to Chicago with a stop in Elko, Nevada. Um, I may or may not have, when I was in Elko, Nevada, attended the Desert Rose Brothel. I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm not saying anything. I'll let you guys decide for yourselves. But yeah, I went to, but the train passed through Utah, and Utah looked, I mean, I never passed through the state before. It looked so beautiful from the train, like absolutely gorgeous. So I really want to make it back to Utah at some point, and to do so Masonically would be extra special. Do you study wisdom from as many sources as possible? By studying different philosophies and religions to see what you can learn from each. So There's a real, oh my gosh, I wish I had it now. But I gave it away to somebody. The short answer is I think so. Do I study wisdom from as many sources as possible? So I try, but these sources are maybe not what you might expect. So there's this author by the name of Chuck Klosterman, who is an amazing author and not nearly as well known as he should be. But he wrote his second book ever. So the first book he wrote was called Fargo Rock City, which was all about hair metal and hair bands from like the 1980s. And that's the type of music I love. So, Poison, Rat, Motley Crue, all that jazz. I love those bands. So he wrote that. Then the second book he wrote was called Sex, Drugs, and Cocoa Puffs. And I would recommend everybody read that book because it's so good. It's a series and collection of essays. It's like a nonfiction book. It's a series of essays he wrote. But at the start, he has this introduction where he talks about, he says, there are different ways to understand the world. And he says, I try to understand the world through basically a lens of pop culture. But what's so fascinating is when you read his book, so he has an essay about the real world, the reality TV show, and what that show and the way people interact on the show says, and the wisdom in that show as to how it reflects the way people interact in real life. He has a really fascinating essay on Saved by the Bell and the Tory paradox. And if you know, you know. And again, he derives a lot of wisdom from that show in terms of how people relate to one another, especially in high school. And he has this essay about football, and he derives a lot of wisdom from the way coaches interact with the game of football. Like he has, and he says in his introduction, he says, like, there's a million ways to understand the world. And you can do it through, for example, studying Kant and studying different philosophies, or you can do so by studying Saved by the Bell and the real world. And he said, both provide incredibly valuable types of wisdom. And that has always been my philosophy. So I do try to derive wisdom. I wouldn't even say study. I'd say I do try to derive wisdom from as many sources as possible. Much of my sources, because of kind of, I think, being born in 1983, tend to be more on the pop culture side of it. But I derive a lot of wisdom from, for example, scary movies. I love horror movies. And when I watch them, I pick up on things that I think apply to the world and lessons that I can take from the world. The movie Bug, which we're going to watch next week, really I derived, I feel like, a lot of wisdom from that book or that movie, which is a 2006 movie starring Ashley Judd. Stephen King, I think, in terms of who taught me the most about people and what people are and how the motivations of people, I think Stephen King might be the best author for that reason. Like, he understands people and their motivations better than anybody. You could say, and again, people might look at that and say Stephen King just writes about monsters and things that go bump in the night. And it's like, yeah, if you want to look at it on the surface level, but if you actually want to try to study these things, he has some amazing insights about human beings. So I really think that there is a lot of ways to derive wisdom. And that's not to say, look, there's absolutely a place for Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. Somebody asked me about my favorite Masonic book. Sorry I didn't get to it sooner. Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. There's a lot of wisdom there. There's a lot of wisdom in Kant. There's a lot of wisdom in Mackey. There's a lot of wisdom in Plato, Aristotle, a lot of wisdom in Don Quixote, my favorite book, at least one of my favorite books. But there's a lot of wisdom in Saved by the Bell. There's a lot of wisdom in Nightmare on Elm Street. There's a lot of wisdom in The Long Walk. There's a lot of wisdom in The Shining, you know? You can find wisdom in a lot of different places. You just have to look. And please, by the way, if everybody has not done so yet, because I feel like I didn't get around to this before, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It would be good. I mean, I have not kept up with Chuck Klosterman. I feel kind of bad about that because I loved him so much. I know he did like the Black Hat book about villains, which was really good. I know that he did What If We're Wrong, Eating the Dinosaur, I think it was. So I really want to get back into his stuff because I think he was an incredibly good writer, very underrated. Fargo Rock City, very good book. A lot of wisdom in The Way of Chang Tzu, interesting read. I don't know what is that about, Scott, because it's not one I recognize. But I will check it out for sure. Maybe I will maybe I'll see if I can't find it on maybe on YouTube. But or like the audiobook, because sometimes they'll put, by the way, for any Masons watching this, there is a great there is a some kind soul put the audiobook of Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike on YouTube. So it basically just recorded the audio. It's in 3 parts. Check it out. It's free. And that is probably, you don't need it for a fulfilling Masonic journey by any stretch. You can have a very fulfilling Masonic journey without ever opening Morals and Dogma. But I think if you read Morals and Dogma, you will find overall you will have a more meaningful Masonic journey, or at least it will help you get to find more meaning quicker or quickly. I have a hard copy, but I don't know where it is right now. Okay, no worries. But I'll see you at Lodge. I mean, I'll see you at the building as well. So maybe you can talk to me about it when you see me. But I'll check it out for sure. So loving this talk about books. I used to read a lot more than I do now because I'm just so busy, but I love reading. My favorite author, Stephen King. My favorite books by Stephen King would be The Long Walk, which is becoming a movie pretty soon, and I'm very happy about that. The Shining, The Colorado Kid, All That You Love Will Be Carried Away, Battle of the Flexible Bullet, Danse Macabre. So many great Stephen King books. I love A Simple Plan by Scott Smith. The Stand, also by Stephen King. I love A Simple Plan by Scott Smith. Really, really good. Don Quixote by Cervantes. Very, very good. So yeah, those are just some of the books that I love. My favorite Masonic book. I mean, Bizak wrote a lot of really good stuff as well, but I would probably go with Morals and Dogma. Chuck Klosterman, I loved for a long, long time. Like I said, I kind of fell out with him. So let me know, High Altitude, what is your favorite book and any books that you would suggest I read? Just want to look over here on my bookshelf. I'm really liking Mitch Ablom, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I used to really enjoy, so Different Seasons. The Breathing Method, Shawshank Redemption are both really good. For a while, I was really, really into the Reacher books by Lee Child, the Jack Reacher books, which is a great series now as well. So I liked those a lot. I got super into those. I think that would be my favorite way to live, would be to live like Jack Reacher. So yeah, so there you go. As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. Let me copy that down so I can check it out later. I'm also copying down The Way of Chang Tzu, so I can check out that one as well. As a Man Thinketh is a self-help book published by James Allen in 1903. Okay. Dealing with the power of thought, and particularly with the use and application of thought to happy and beautiful issues. I've tried to make the book simple so that all can easily grasp and follow its teachings. Cool. I will absolutely check that out. I mean, there can be at times some connections to Freemasonry and kind of self-help ideas and philosophies. I think you need to be careful. You don't let that get too into it, because it can kind of zigzag, if that makes any sense. From the Bible, as a man thinketh, so is he. Okay, that's really, I mean, I think that's very, very true, right? Your thoughts control your actions, et cetera, et cetera. So that doesn't surprise me at all that would be that makes sense as a title as well, right? I think when it comes to self-help, I think one of the main ideas, right, is this idea of what are your thoughts? Are they healthy? Are they unhealthy? If you're having unhealthy thoughts, you're probably going to result in having kind of unhealthy attitudes, an unhealthy life. It's interesting because, again, 1903, when I think of self-help books, I tend to think of, believe that they're pretty modern in, like, I always thought they were kind of existed in the primarily in the 1980s, when you had the whole, like, Generation Me type of thing. I didn't know kind of goes back that far. It's public domain as well. The book opens with a statement: mind is the master power that molds and makes, and man is mind, and evermore he takes the tool of thought, interesting, and shaping what he wills, brings forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. He thinks in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is but his looking glass. There's some interesting kind of Masonic connections there. The tool of thought and shaping what he wills. The idea of a tool and of shaping, right? You could argue it's the idea of a stone mason's tools shaping a rough ashlar. I think that's there. I'm just curious, but it looks like he was not a Freemason, or if he was, I can't find evidence that he was. Florence Scovel Shin. Hayatut, I got to go. Thank you for your time, my friend. Thank you for being here, Hayatut. I really, really appreciate it. As I was saying, if you get the chance, hit that like button on a few other videos, etc., etc. Hopefully, I'll see you back here tomorrow. The Game of Life and How to Play It. Florence Scovel Shin. Interesting. We were just talking about gamification, so that sounds like it's right up that alley. 1925. So another book that The Game of Life and How to Play It, published in 1925, teaches the philosophies of its author, Florence Scovel Shin. The book holds that ignorance or carelessness with the application of various laws of metaphysics can bring undesirable life events. Certainly carelessness, I think, can, and ignorance as well. Law of expectancy, power of words, the divine pattern intuition. Unable to find a publisher for The Game of Life and How to Play It, she published herself in 1925. I'm assuming maybe the reason she was unable to find a publisher is because she was female. I know there were female authors before, but not that many, unfortunately. So good on her for publishing it herself, right? Good for her 100% for actually taking putting in the initiative. Her husband funded her writings and works, beautiful on many levels. Absolutely. High altitude. I have the Taoist master Chang by Michael Sasso sitting beside me, by the way. All right, very cool. This has been great. You guys give me a lot of really good books to check out. I can't promise how fast I'll be able to check them all out, but I will see. I will do my best to check them all out as I go, and maybe this might be some good stuff to talk about in future live streams as well. Interesting too to see the similarities amongst the various, like everybody in the audience all enjoying the same books, or it seems like we all have similar taste. Some of your top books would love to email back and forth. Well, High Altitude, you can actually get in touch with Black Raven Meditation and Core through, let me just get the email or get the website. Which is also on YouTube, but let me. Thank you, High Altitude. I appreciate that. Oh, before you go, though, High Altitude, if you are still seeing it, you'll see the link there to blackravenmeditation.com. I believe there's a contact tab at that website. So maybe find Black Raven Meditation that way. By the way, Scott, if you're still there, I don't know if you I don't know if you saw the previous link I left, but if you didn't, I'm just going to leave it one more time. If you want to go and support me, you can do so at Square and Compass or patreon.com/Square and Compass. Leave the link there. You don't have to pay any money. Just sign up for free. And you'll still be helping us out by supporting the Patreon page. The more patrons we have, even at the free membership level, which is awesome, helps out. Just got off the phone with our district secretary about you. So send me a detailed email when you're done. That sounds quite scary. I'm not gonna lie, Chef James McInnes. Normally, when somebody tells me they got off the phone speaking about me, normally I get quite nervous because I feel like, and the next sentence is, we're going to kidnap you or something to that effect. But I will send you an email. Actually, what I'll do is I'm still here. Don't worry, but I'm just going to jump over here quickly and maybe what I'll do is I'll copy this link. And in 1 second, I'm going to send you. If I could find it now. If I could find it. So at least you've got this. I'll send you my boarding pass with my arrival and my boarding pass with my departure. So hopefully you should have that. Let me know if you receive it. There will be a snack upstairs after, but you can't tell anybody. A snack after your next lodge meeting. Where will be this snack of which you speak? Because don't get me wrong, I love snacks. So anytime there's food involved, I am very, very happy. I was saying, if not for Freemasonry, I would never end up eating vegetables. I do, and I'm going to send via email our district secretary's phone number. Great. I mean, I'm not too worried about it. I'm sure I can make it from the train station to the temple. I've done it before on a few different occasions. But, if it's possible to maybe steal a ride, it doesn't have to be right away either in terms of when I arrive, right? Like, I'm happy to just chill out because there's a Tim Hortons close by there. I forget all the stuff that's by that train station, but there's a bunch. So I am more than happy to just hang out and chillax for a little while in and around that area. Yeah, but it's cold here, LOL. It's cold here too. Don't worry. I feel your pain. It is definitely very, very chilly on this side of the River Thames, if you will. But a little bit of cold is okay. We'll survive. Cameron, great outstanding chat. I agree. I've been enjoying this chat a lot. It's been a blast. So thank you so much, everybody who's jumped on and been a part of it. And don't forget, though, we do have all of our other content as well, which I don't want to forget about. Like, for example, we have our Medium stories, which I just wrote another one and I've shared that. We have our long form podcasts. Most recent one was with Core, and there's some more coming. We also have my personal channel, where on the weekend I'm doing midnight movie watch-alongs. So that's always really fun as well. So, and it's not that cold. It's not so bad. I mean, some people in this chat can't relate to that at all. Like good old Courtney over there in Texas, where it's beautiful out, and we're over here freezing our butts off, or freezing my legs off, if you will. So, not all of us get to be so lucky as to live in beautiful sunny Texas. But it's all right. I don't mind the cold. And honestly, growing up in Winnipeg, I kind of like the cold. It makes me feel like it's back home. But no, I've been to Chatham a few times. Like I said, I know what's around that train station. And yeah, I like Chatham. I feel like it's been far too long since I've been lucky enough to be back and check it out. So it'll be fun. Also, I'm guessing you got all the same amount of snow that we did, because we got a fairly heavy dump. We didn't get as much as Toronto, which got absolutely crushed. But we're doing, we had a fair bit of snow ourselves. So what I think I'm going to do is We had a great turnout. I'm going to share this link on a couple of sites just to see if we get anybody jumping on last minute. Maybe I could go over the top once more if we get any newcomers jumping on. And just as a way to share and see if anybody who maybe didn't know about what's going on wants to join us and say hello. And if that, maybe go on for another, maybe half hour or so. We'll see. I always say that and then something happens. It's funny. Usually when I say like I'm thinking of closing it up, that's when you end up getting like a new batch of people coming on to say hello, which is always fun. Always, always special. But let me just share this with a few people. And I just I'm just reading here. Breaking, all flights suspended at Pearson Airport. Multiple injuries reported after plane with 80 people on board crashes. 3 people in hospital with critical injuries. That absolutely sucks. I mean, yeah, that's really, that just sucks. What can I say? Especially because I fly in and out of Pearson Airport all the time, and so I yeah, that's I use Pearson Airport very, very regularly. Um, I absolutely love the airport. And I think the airport itself, like I've always said this, people like I'm always so impressed by how much work it takes to like run an airport. All the people who have to be in the airport, as well as all the people working the tarmac, working the runways, flying the planes, maintaining the planes. Like it's so incredibly impressive to me. And so whenever I see something like this, it always makes me sad, especially because I've got so many good memories of Pearson Airport. Many times spending the night at Pearson Airport if I had like an early morning flight. So I guess from what I understand, there are 3 people currently in critical condition in the hospital and a lot of other injuries. So I guess what can you say other than I'm hoping that everybody is doing as well as they can, and the people in the hospital, I hope that they are able to recover. That's interesting. Is that, I guess interesting is not the right word, but that'd be about the 3rd crash that I can think of. Second one, the one in Philadelphia, was actually a Shriner's plane carrying a couple people, a child and a mom, amongst others, receiving treatment from Shriner's Children's Hospital. So that's yeah, it sucks. Maybe I will share some of my old videos of and from Pearson Airport, just so yeah, people can see. But wishing everybody the best. It's going to be -10 with the wind chill here tomorrow night in through Thursday. Well, good, Courtney. Then you can feel our pain. All right. So how about that? You can feel the pain of -1,000,000 wind chills or whatever else it is. Because yeah, I've visited Texas a few occasions, so I know. I know normally when I'm in Texas, it's always warm, even at this time of year. So I guess it's only fair you have to suffer a little bit along with the rest of us. I wonder one thing that might be kind of fun to talk about, and I've never known exactly how to deal with this. So maybe figure out what the right responses are. Maybe the chat will know what the right responses are. Who knows? But in Freemasonry, and I bring this up because this has happened to me a couple times, most recently yesterday, actually. In Freemasonry, there is basically different signs or I mean, amongst other things, put it this way, amongst other things, there's an expectation that if a brother is in distress or requires assistance, that you will do your best to assist that brother. The problem is, well, there can be different practical problems, but one problem that's popped up for me two times, most recently yesterday, is you may end up with a brother who has some type of uh, mental health issue or disease and may be requesting help without understanding actually what's happening to him or what's going on or why he may or may not need help. So for example, 10 years, less than that, maybe 6 years ago or so, I received a phone call from a an older gentleman who requested my assistance and gave over the phone what would be considered a grand hailing sign, um, or what would be considered a cry for help, basically. Uh, Only to find out that he was actually an older. He was a Mason, but he was an older Mason suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's, and he believed that the rest home where he was being cared for was actually uh, holding him hostage, basically, or kidnapped him. So it took me a little while to get that all sorted out and figure out what was going on. But then it's like, how do you deal with that situation? And just recently, I've received another situation where a brother contacted me through Messenger on Twitter saying that basically he is being held hostage in the hospital and the psychiatric ward is torturing him, and um, the government is trying to keep him from releasing his secrets. And again, this is another example of somebody who unfortunately is not doing well. But again, what type of help can you and do you provide in those circumstances to somebody who is suffering from these kind of mental health challenges, right? I don't know what the answers are always, but that might be worth talking about in the chat tomorrow also, because yeah, I think it's really interesting. Love the warm sense of humor, Mr. Canada. Well, we need a warm sense of humor because we're always freezing here. So if I don't have a warm sense of humor, if we don't have a sense of humor to keep us warm, what else do we possibly have left, you know? And by the way, if you're joining us, please don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let me know what it is that you want to talk about. This is that part of the stream where basically just hanging out and chilling out, relaxing. Um, Obviously, we got that sad news, which I hate sharing sad news on the stream, but nonetheless, got the sad news of the plane crash in Toronto, Pearson Airport. So we're hoping everybody is okay. Well, I guess there's 3 people in the hospital, but we're hoping that those 3 people recover, and we're hoping that everybody is doing well. And as always, please don't forget to hit up the Patreon account. I'm going to have another contest in 1 week or another contest in 1 month. So 1 month to sign up, and then there'll be another contest, and you'll win another prize if you are a member. So thank you so much. All right. So anybody wants to jump in the chat? Any questions you've got? Actually, here we'll do this one. Family Day, Ontario, or civic holiday. All right. What about Masonic Lodge? LODGE. Look at that. That was 100 characters exactly. All right, start the poll. Let's see what you guys have to say. In the meantime, please jump in the chat, say hello. If you're just joining us, hit that like and subscribe button and let me know what it is that you want to talk about. We're here to talk about Freemasonry. If you are a Freemason, maybe you have questions, or not even questions, just things you want to talk about, ideas, thoughts, comments about how you are finding the craft right now and what you think of it. And that would be great to hear. Or maybe you are not a Freemason, but have always had questions about it and what it is. And then I would be happy to do my best to answer them. I've been a Mason since 2007. I certainly don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything, but I can hopefully at least try to provide some answers based on my own experiences and know where to send people in the right direction. And if you are doing something, if you're one of the people who answered the yes, or your Masonic Lodge is doing something, let me know what it is in the chat. And don't forget, it could be Family Day. It could also be a reference to Louis Riel Day in Manitoba, or Island Day or Heritage Day, or for that matter, President's Day in the States. I'm just doing this poll question here on Twitter, by the way. If you guys can follow me on Twitter at Cameron Adamso16, at Cameron at CAMERONADAMSON. I used to have, and I still have technically the Twitter account at compass_square, but unfortunately, for some reason, I can't get back into that account. It's been driving me crazy. So I got to figure out how to actually use that once again. Right now, I just tag everything. One more. All right, that's that. Great live chemistry was enriching. What a great group. I agree. Thank you so much. Cameron, Bloody Valentine was actually a wonderful movie, so thanks for sharing that. You are welcome. I hope you'll join me next week. Once again, the same time around midnight, Saturday night or Sunday morning, depending how you want to look at it, where we'll be watching Bug. Once again, Bug being on Tubi. So it's free if you have the Tubi app. And if you don't have the Tubi app, why don't you have the Tubi app? I've said before, when it comes to scary movies, Tubi is by far the best app for horror. A lot of those free apps that you get, like they're actually, the free ones, I feel like usually have the better horror, like Plex and all that. I'm not sure why. Though every now and then other stuff pops up well. But again, somebody mentioned it above, right? I do think that if you're looking for wisdom in different locations and different sources, there can be a lot of wisdom in Freemasonry, a lot of life lessons. And I mean, like everything else, right? It's just how are you looking at it? Are you looking at it with an open mind and curiosity? Are you looking at it just as kind of a foolish horror movie? But that's true for anything. That's true for Freemasonry. It's all about how you look at it. Most things in life are like that. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Just leaving here some more polls. I try to do as many polls as I can just to force people to interact. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but today is in Manitoba Louis Riel Day, a time to reflect on Louis Riel, a champion for Métis rights and a key figure in Canada's history. His vision, courage, and fight for justice continue to inspire generations. All right, what we'll do is we'll give this maybe another 10 minutes or so. Then that'll be about a 4-hour stream, and that'll be pretty great. Like I said, tomorrow I can't do the health thing. Tomorrow's going to be super quick because I have to travel to Chatham, but I will do a live stream. But then Wednesday, I think that is when I'm going to do the main live again. And at that time, I'm going to maybe take that health quiz or health, what do you call it? The Manitoba Health Initiative. We'll do it together so everybody can see it and maybe give some other people some ideas. I'm sure many provinces, jurisdictions have something similar to that. And please don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Follow me on Medium, follow me on social media. Uh, all right, so let's give it another 7 minutes, see if anybody else jumps on the chat, and then we'll probably close this one off at the 4-hour mark. But yeah, maybe I'll even do something about Louis Riel, as he was not connected to Freemasonry at all, to my knowledge. But he was a very important figure in Manitoba history, my home. Famously led the Red River Resistance in 1869 to 1870. The provincial government established by Riel ultimately negotiated the terms under which a new province of Manitoba entered into the Canadian Confederation. Manitoba, otherwise known as the cornerstone of Canada, interestingly enough, or the keystone, I should say, the keystone of Canada, because it is right in the middle of the arch. Without Manitoba, everybody in Ontario would be leaning this way, and everybody on the other side of Manitoba would be leaning this way, because you'd all collapse in on yourself because no one would be there to hold you guys up. So you should all be thankful for Manitoba that it exists. Apparently, I don't. There is. We would have to do it through. Like there is a way to do it, and I've actually been looking into that a little bit. I don't know for sure because I'm not tech savvy at all. Unfortunately, I'm working on it and getting better at it. Um, but I'm trying to figure out because I think that'd be really interesting to do a live stream in person of the chat and not just well, I shouldn't say just because I love these, but having it in person or even just calling in because you can do phone calls on live streams. I know that. I've seen, for example, Majority Report do them. It's just how exactly you go about doing it. I still don't know. So I'm working on that, but I think that would be a lot of fun. So I agree with you 100%. By the way, everybody who's watching this, you're almost out of time. You've got like 5 minutes left. So please hit that like and subscribe button before we close this one up. It does feel that way, Courtney. I agree. And I really enjoy that about these streams. So it's a lot of fun to see people. And it's always fun also when you see new people joining the chat as well. So that's always really special, as well as people we've already seen. So I met a girl years ago, told me she was Métis, but clearly wasn't. She being taught at a place that was one time a school to hate being of European descent. I mean, maybe. It's hard to tell, right? Like, who knows what people's have in their backgrounds in terms of their history. Um, so I'm always hesitant, right? Because especially depending on because Métis, right, would be French and First Nations, but if it was one, if it was if the great, let's say the great, how many generations back? It'd be three, right? Because Métis were around the 1800s, so 2 generations back was French and Métis, or French and First Nations, but then every subsequent generation has been European. I mean, you might not have any, you might not be able to tell. I suppose you'd have to, there's ways to know, right? You have DNA testing or whatever it is, but who knows? I mean, over time, genetics can be pretty funky that way in terms of which genetics. This girl was so blonde and blue-eyed, Hitler would have liked her. So then, yeah, maybe, who knows? Maybe she was told by somebody else she was Métis, or who knows? Right? Who knows what it was? Or maybe she just wanted some type of identity that she felt was unique, or who knows? It's always funny when people kind of come up with identities, how and why people kind of, because there's the identity that you have, that you are, right? And there's the identity that you kind of try to create around yourself also, which we all do, right? We all, to a certain extent, our personalities are based on kind of things we can't control and just temperaments and dispositions. And to some extent, our personalities are based on kind of choices we make and decisions we make about how we want to present ourselves to the world. So it's always, there's always a lot of different reasons as to why people kind of come up with the identities that they come up with. So I don't know why that happens. You know, my main identity is Freemason. So whatever, that is how I identify. Freemason, professional wrestler, scary movie, lover. Those are my identities, and I'm proud of them. All right, and with that, I think that we are going to call off this stream. It has been a blast. I've loved it. I'm going to keep this stream up, actually. I'm not going to put it to private. I don't think I need to really do much editing for it. It seemed to go fine. And more people then can find the information about gamification and what it is. And then tomorrow, I will be doing a very short and brief stream at 1 p.m. Eastern again before a longer, more in-depth one once again on Wednesday. All right, thank you guys so much. I'll talk to you all soon. And don't forget, patreon.com/squareandcompass.